Okay, welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney. I acknowledge the Burra Matagal people of the Darug Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I'm Chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I welcome each of you and thank you for making the time to give evidence. We'll get you sworn in before we start. So if each of you starting to my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Mr. Thomas Nance, the Policy and Strategy Lead at the Centre for Western Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nance. Professor Levinson.
Professor David Levinson, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, would either or both of you care to make a short opening statement? We'll start with Mr. Nance.
Well, firstly, welcome to Western Sydney University and thanks for joining us here today on our Parramatta South campus. I too want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we're on today, the Burra people of the Darug Nation, and pay respects to elders past, present and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander colleagues in the room today. It's always been hard to get where you want to go in Western Sydney, especially if you don't drive. Now, I was lucky growing up in Liverpool, growing up on a main road with buses going to Liverpool station every 5 minutes. It meant I had a gateway to the world, to employment, to education and to recreation. Put simply, I had choices. Not all of my friends were so lucky. Getting their driver's licence wasn't just a rite of passage, it was a necessity. This has played out in neighbourhoods across the region, from Picton to Plumpton, from Mount Pritchard to Mount Annan, and it's brought into stark focus by the significantly high proportion of residents who utilise private vehicles to travel to work and get to where they need to go. A public transport system that is fit for purpose is critical in driving productivity and prosperity for the communities and businesses of our region. Now, this means prioritising interconnectivity within our region, where mass transit has largely been designed to transport people west to east and back again. Now, it's critical we get this right in Western Sydney, where we're on the cusp of an economic boom led by the Western Sydney Airport and increased investment by industry in the region. If we don't deliver a public transport system that gets people where they need to go, we're at risk of missing this generational opportunity. Thank you again for the opportunity, Madam Chair, to provide evidence, and I look forward to working collaboratively with the members of the committee to advocate for evidence-based solutions for the current and future public transport needs of Western Sydney.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor.
Thank you. I'm Dave Levinson, Professor of Transport at the University of Sydney. I'd like to highlight a few points from my submission. Plans should lay out a vision, consider many alternative possible futures, preserve options, and recommend the first steps to move in the direction of the preferred vision. Soon thereafter, the vision should be updated. The next step should follow from that revised vision. Repeat. The current process is buried under an impossible desire for exactitude and certainty. Uncertainty should instead be acknowledged and embraced. The core idea underlying transport and land use planning is accessibility, a measure of how easy it is to reach valued destinations. Making the network more accessible means bringing origins and destinations closer in space and making the connections between them more direct and faster. To maximize access for the most people means we need to spend scarce dollars wisely. Generally, maximizing access per dollar spent requires taking advantage of existing infrastructure first before building new facilities. The best transport plan is a good land use pattern. From the point of view of minimizing the total amount of transport required, ensuring a job-worker balance across space will at least allow all residents to work locally rather than having to make long-distance commutes across the metropolitan area as they do now, with large daily tidal flows of workers from Western Sydney eastward in the morning and the reverse in the evening. To reduce person delay, buses should be given traffic signal priority throughout the network and have exclusive bus lanes where needed. To speed up boarding, bus passengers should pay, tap on, before boarding buses, and all-door boarding should be encouraged. This is already the case for light rail. A fare reader at every bus stop with multiple passengers boarding will pay for itself in operational efficiencies. As technology changes over the planning horizon, our conception of the bus will also change. Currently, we run large buses at low frequencies with circuitous routes that are designed to reduce walk access time at the expense of running time. This is because labor is scarce. In a world of automated vehicles, buses can be much more like shared taxis, running right-sized vehicles on fixed routes at high frequency with other vehicles providing flexible on-demand service. One of the best ways to take advantage of existing infrastructure is through infill stations. An important part of the public transport service is access and egress. In lower density areas, some of this will be by automobile, but with the advent of e-bikes, a much larger catchment area around stations is possible without relying on autos. Each station should have access from a 5-kilometer radius by either travel on low-speed roads or by separate bike, e-bike, or micro-mobility lanes on all roads with speeds higher than 30 kilometers an hour. There should be direct footpath connections for everyone within 2 kilometers of bus or rail stations. Compatibility on metro technologies, train size and power should be insisted upon. Metro lines should use interoperable vehicles. Planning and decision-making should be conducted openly with transparency, and nothing should be considered cabinet in confidence or commercial in confidence, as those help avoid the mistakes of secrecy. Thank you. Happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Thank you both. And thank you both for your extensive submissions, which have been read by us all and provide the basis for some good questions. So I'll kick off with a general question to begin with. Actually, Mr. Nance, how long have you been working in this area in terms of Western Sydney transport issues?
In terms of with the university, 2 years, but prior I was in a senior role in the not-for-profit sector and was advocating for transport not only as an economic issue but as social justice as well. So around 10 years.
Okay, around 10 years. And Professor Levinson?
I've been working in transport for about 35 years. I've been working in Sydney since 2017 and on projects in Western Sydney since 2019. Okay.
My question relates to what is, I think, identified as has been for quite some time, the lack of transport options in Western Sydney by successive governments, and there's forums and potentially blueprints. We've heard this from multiple witnesses on the first day. What is it? What is the reason behind what we're clearly seeing is a continuing lack of investment, particularly in new suburbs? And this is a political question to begin with, but if you could say from your perspective, working with the experts that you work with, why is it so bad from your view? Is it because the solutions haven't been placed on the table, or is it because we've got the planning wrong, or is it because governments want to invest in the east more than the west? Because it just seems we're hearing the same things that have been spoken, told committees like ours for quite a few years now, if not decades. I'll start with you, Professor Levinson.
I'm not sure I agree with the premise that more investment has gone to the east than the west lately. Okay, I mean, we've got a Northwest Metro, which recently opened. We have a Western Sydney Airport Metro, which is very expensive and under construction now. We have a Western Sydney Metro, which certainly much of it is in the east, but is reaching out towards Parramatta. And I guess that depends on where you define Western Sydney, and I'm not sure that that's you have a mental image of Western Sydney,
yeah,
probably.
I think particularly the southwest area, there's the gap, obviously. Everybody's talking about needing connections to Leppington and Glenfield. Of course, there's the north. That was going to be a future question to you about the north-south rail connection or metro connection that many are talking about. So not just Parramatta. Yes, there is strong, as you're indicating, transport links, but there's a lot of Western Sydney that has missed out.
Well, it hasn't been built yet, and I guess the question is, where do people live now, right? I mean, we're making a large investment in advance of population growth with some of these lines, the north-south Western Sydney Airport Metro line presently. which is built on the hope of an expectation of future development, while many people who live in places are currently underserved, right? So we're building routes in green fields that aren't going to serve very many people for a long time, while there are people who currently live in places that don't have very good service. And I think that's a question of misplaced priorities. Obviously, it's easier to build where nobody lives. You get fewer complaints, the construction process is less expensive, those kinds of things. But in terms of where the demand is, well, if nobody lives there and nobody works there, nobody's going to be riding the service there either. And coordinating all of this is hard, as people are discovering. So I think focusing on where existing people are and taking better advantage of existing services and incrementally extending those services, I think would be a useful thing to look at. For instance, for a relatively small amount of money compared to what's being spent, an extension from Leppington to the Aerotropolis, that if you build transit-oriented development around those stations and you can bring that in at a reasonable cost, that's something that's worth doing. And it has been taken off the table by the current administration from what I read in the newspapers, but I don't think that's a permanent decision. I think that's a sequencing or scheduling decision.
Thank you, Mr. Nance.
Just a few things to add to that. I think for me, what we've seen over the past decade in particular is the fact that investment and delivery of infrastructure hasn't kept up with population growth. So we see areas in the southwest, like Leppington, areas in the northwest, Riverston and whatnot, where it's not just transport infrastructure, it's also schools, it's also health, etc. But in terms of, I guess, the broad conversation around transport, there's a couple of things at play. I think firstly, we need to not only look at transport just as a means unto itself, but also what it unlocks. So my colleague talked about transport orientated development, and there's a real opportunity to look at not only the, I guess, case to build in terms of connecting cities, but also uplifting cities. The other thing as well, though, I think is really important to note is we can't talk about transport and the heavy lifting that our public transport system does without having a real conversation around where the jobs are located. And so we really need to talk about where jobs are concentrated, both in industrial precincts as well as cities, to get a real sense of where the priorities are and where places need to be connected, particularly when we're looking at connections within Western Sydney. So, of course, the link from Leppington to the airport is something that we definitely support at the Centre for Western Sydney, but we also need to look beyond that in terms of how we connect the people from Campbelltown and Wallandilly up to the industrial areas of Penrith where they might work, which is a 30-40 minute drive or a 2-hour round trip by train and public transport right now. So for me, I really think it's about looking at, historically, not necessarily an underinvestment, but I guess a delay or a lag in infrastructure delivery, but also really balancing where the current need is as well as future development and how we unlock that to its full potential.
Yeah, thank you. So you also mentioned the kind of the north-south connection there. Just in terms of limited time, I will just ask about you mentioned, Professor Levinson, about the buses and what was your about different types of, looking at different types of shuttling people around, if you like, in terms of what's happening, the automated vehicles and what have you. That seems a world away, to be honest, in terms of where we are here in New South Wales with the New South Wales government currently, what their focus is. What have you heard with your discussions within the sector broadly? Is there much interest and movement for not just the automated buses, but also just the smaller, more frequent shuttle buses, if you like, taking people from suburbs to centres into transport hubs? Does that have legs?
Well, it does in places. Certainly none of these are universal solutions, right? But there are locations like there is on-demand transport in smaller vehicles in the Macquarie Park area now, which is more cost-effective than it is in some other locations that have been trialed and where the trials have not been continued. So I think that's something that can be done on a case-by-case basis. The difficulty now is that labor costs are expensive, and so you have to pay for the drivers for a relatively small number of passengers, and the advantage of these things is getting scale together. And there's plenty of places where employers operate shuttle buses between stations and industrial parks, and they do that for their own workforce, and they make it work, right? And universities do that. And Western Sydney University has a shuttle bus to the city. So, if you have a misplaced land use that isn't on the mass transit system now, you can connect it with these kinds of systems. I think those are all feasible things to do. Automation, it might seem a world away, but these are 15-year timelines. We're looking at 20-year timelines, and in 20 years, if on an exclusive right-of-way, automated buses is hardly out of scope. And if that's your timeline for building a new metro line, if you started tomorrow and you had the design in place, is a minimum of 5 years, and you don't have those things in place already. So you're looking 10, 15, 20 years already before a lot of these things get built. We need to be technologically aware of the things that are changing, and and keep that in mind as part of our design process.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Anthony, to Adam now for questions, and then Ms. Merton.
I want to pick up on that this idea around automated vehicles, and I want to pose to you that, given the timeframes that you just talked about, a 20-year time frame, is it not possible that the automated vehicles will actually render rail lines redundant? Is it possible that single or small passenger vehicles that are run on an automated basis will totally transform the way transport operates in a city like Sydney? And I think the issue around, it's very difficult to say that public transport can meet the point-to-point benefit of a single vehicle. And so I just wanted to pose that idea that maybe, in 20 years, that given a large proportion of the automobile fleet sits idle during most of the day, that automated vehicles might be the future in terms of public transport needs.
I think it's a scaling issue and a geometry issue, right? So as automated as you made it, you could never get people in automobiles into the city of Sydney, as an example, because it's just too much demand and not enough space for private cars. In a lower density environment, then the time savings from the point-to-point transport is an obvious efficiency, and if people can afford that, or you have small shared ride vehicles, right, running along major routes, and if someone lives 200 meters from a major route, they walk up to the route, and there's a shuttle that drives down the route and will take them within 100 meters of their final destination, and they walk the last bit of it. And that's something that's also perfectly feasible with an automated vehicle that's in a semi-protected environment now, and perhaps in a mixed environment in 20 years. The private automated vehicles that are being tested in the US and in Phoenix and San Francisco are operating on city streets with a relatively okay safety record, not as perfect as we might like, but this is 2024, and if you're looking at 2034, 2044, you have to imagine that a lot of those things get better over time. So I think it just depends on how dense your markets are looking and how many people you have going between various places at a given time. But all of that says you need to be very cautious about very large investments that down a particular path that are irreversible, right? You're making a very large commitment in something, and if it looks like it has a reasonable shot of being technologically obsolete, maybe you make more incremental and more reversible types of decisions to give you more flexibility in the future.
In your submission, Professor Levinson, you raised a really interesting point. I sat on an inquiry in the last Parliament around school infrastructure, and there's certainly a trend of building larger schools, schools of 1,000 to 2,000 students, and you raised the point about the drop-off and pick-up contributing to kind of local traffic. Can you perhaps elaborate more on how we address that particular issue?
So, I think we have over decades made schools larger and larger, and there are fewer and fewer of them per student. And as a consequence, the distances that students are expected to travel to get to their neighborhood school has increased. And more people, students are thus being driven by their parents and grandparents to and from school every day. Some of them are riding public transport back and forth to school, and fewer of them are walking or riding a bike than would have been true 50 or 60 years ago. And this has a lot of adverse effects about children's independence and public health and things like that, as well as needless traffic congestion. And that's done. There are educational economies to be achieved perhaps by having larger schools. I'm not an expert in educational school sizing, but
Seems to be a cost-based,
but in terms of an
phenomenon.
outcome base, I don't think that it has, certainly not at the primary school level, improved the outcomes that students will have in their education. And so if you had smaller, more distributed schools that were in the neighborhoods, then students would have the independence and expectation of walking back and forth to school every day. They would they could even go home for lunch. I mean, this is, when I was growing up, some kids would do that. And this would create a different kind of environment. We talk about 15-minute neighborhoods sometimes in the planning world, and the idea of having things that you can reach within a small distance around your home is a good thing. I mean, I know there's all these conspiracy theories about that too, but we'll put those aside for the moment. Schools are one of those things that people should be able to walk to, at least primary schools, that the kids should be able to walk to in their neighborhood as part of having a sort of a life where you do not need an automobile on a daily basis, and you only need it more for the exceptional uses rather than the standard uses.
How practical is it? I mean, it's a very hot day outside today, and the kind of, the number of very hot days is obviously contributing to people being less inclined to use active transport. I mean, how realistic is it to expect that?
I walked here from Parramatta Station this morning. It was a half-hour walk, hot and humid this morning, and but there's a lovely foreshore path, and kids should get used to walking back and forth 15, 20 minutes. I mean, maybe not a half an hour. That might be too long for 8-year-olds, but 10 or 20 minutes should certainly be within their scope. I think it's realistic if we made a decision to do that, that we would set aside, as part of a new subdivision or development, that there would be plots of land for the local schools. And that would be, then it would be incumbent upon the schools, either the public schools or a private school, to pick up and go there. I mean, there are other issues, like, a lot of students go to private schools, and that's going to entail longer travel than going to a neighborhood school, potentially, if they're not in that neighborhood. But I think those are things that can be worked through, and we can be in a better position than we are today. I mean, we may never get sort of the ideal, but we can be better than we are now and more closer to where we were 60 years ago.
I might just throw to Mr. Nance on this, if I can.
Yeah, of course.
Just similarly, I think in here in Western Sydney, coming from the station, walking along the foreshore with trees is probably an exception rather than the rule in terms of what most people experience. Of course, coming from school 3 o'clock in January now, in certain parts, certain suburbs where there just aren't those trees, there's lots of sidewalks, bitumen, urban heat effect, island effect. And I might just go to you, Mr. Nance, in relation to that. How important is it for planners to think about the comfort levels? We're hearing from sweltering cities later about the appalling lack of bus shelters.
Yep.
So if you wanted to comment broadly in that perspective.
First, I'll put on record I drove in air-conditioned comfort today. I'm not as brave as my colleague. Urban heat is a significant issue for Western Sydney. A significant issue. When, in Penrith a few years ago, we had the hottest day on earth. For me, it is a significant issue when we think not only about transport use and public transport use, but also more broadly about how people are interacting with their communities and with infrastructure. So we take the school drop-off, for example. Now, as a father of 3 little ones, we take the car. The reason being not only because it's air-conditioned and it's convenient, There's other things at play as well. Of course, there's no tree canopy in terms of my children's walk from my house to school. None at all. And that's an urban planning issue, and I'm sure my colleagues later on will talk more about that. But also one thing I would raise as a parent of children, and something that we talk about in our submission when we talk about the accessibility of public transport, is it's also about safety. And so when we think about the commute to school or the walk to school, I know as a parent, and parents across New South Wales and across the nation, weighing up, is it safe for my child to walk this route? Do they have to walk a different route? Is there too much traffic as they cross the road? So for me, I think there's a lot of factors at play, both in terms of public transport usage, but also walkability more broadly. But I do think temperature, particularly in summer, is one of those things, and we need to look at how we design not only the physical infrastructure that supports public transport, like bus shelters, like footpaths that allow people with mobility issues to get there. We really need to think about that when we're talking about, I guess, the key principles that underpin the current and future delivery of public transport.
Yeah. Well, just Ms. Rachel Moon, do you have some questions?
Whether you need this anyhow. Thank you both very much for coming, and your very submissions that very helpful to this inquiry. I probably just at a sort of a broader level, I was wondering if I could just ask each of you in terms of what do you think should be done, and what is the priority in terms of the current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney.
So, there's a lot of things that should be done. I mean, the things that should be done first are making the existing system and investments work as well as possible, because you can turn that around much faster than building a new infrastructure, right? Yeah. So things like buses can be deployed a lot faster than new train lines. So improving the bus network, doing things like bus shelters so that people are waiting in shade, doing things like planting trees now, because the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago, and you need to do that quickly. But it's also the planting can be done relatively quickly, even if the maturation takes longer. But I mentioned things like by making the system efficient, one of the things we can do is the Opal card readers can be off at the bus stop rather than on the bus. I mean, it used to be that you paid the conductor on the bus, and that's why we pay on the bus, but we don't have conductors on the bus, and the bus drivers aren't responsible for enforcing payment anymore. So why are we still doing that? Well, I mean, it's convenient to be able to do that, but that shouldn't be the only place you tap on. And we could board faster, and if we board faster, then we can have the buses go a little bit faster and turn around a little bit faster and get maybe an extra run or two out of a bus per day, which adds up over time. So there's a lot of little things like that. I mean, I did a paper on train station entrances, right? So if you have a train station which has a staircase on one end, and people have to walk nearly 2 minutes from the other end to get to that end, so if you're on the wrong side of the train station, you've got a 4-minute walk potentially every day extra, and you're less likely to take the train the longer you have to walk. There's more developable area if you configure the train stations to have entrances on both ends. This has recently been done at Redfern and Erskineville stations, if you want to see an example of this. Opening up more areas to the existing public transport facilities that are there, at the cost of a lift and a staircase, which is relatively inexpensive compared to the cost of a new line. I think there's a lot of small ball things that you could do that will eke out additional ridership and make the world a little bit better for people. Footpaths and bike lanes everywhere, bus lanes in lots of places where they could exist but don't exist, so that the buses aren't stuck in traffic. And if the people see the bus passing them, they'll be more likely to consider riding the bus than if they see themselves passing the bus and don't want to be caught, with all of those other people in a slower traffic, because buses have to stop and pick up other people, so they're going to be a little bit slower otherwise. I think there's a lot of things. Traffic signal timings to, again, traffic signal priority for buses and also for pedestrians can be reconfigured. And again, this can be done electronically. Like they could do this overnight, literally, in their control center if they chose to. It doesn't take years of planning and testing in order to do that. There's a lot of experimental work that we could do. Well, let's see if this works, try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, we can reverse it and roll it back. We did a lot of this during COVID, and then we sort of forgot how to test things in the last couple of years. I think we should be sort of more proactive about this. It's called tactical urbanism, but about testing and experimenting and seeing what kinds of changes that we can make quickly to make the world better.
Mr. Nance, your priorities to that question?
Yeah, so for me, I'd say there are three broad buckets for the priorities. The first, of course, and what most people will talk about, is the infrastructure piece. And really for us in our submission, we prosecuted the case for connecting the Western Sydney Airport Metro with the rest of the network. In terms of north, in terms of south to Leppington as well, and extending it to Westmead to make sure it was integrated. As well as that, we need to start looking at how we plan cross-cutting rail links in the network in Western Sydney. But alongside that, I think there's, as my colleagues said, some things which are relatively modest, but we can get moving fairly quickly. So I think there's a real case, given the cultural and linguistic diversity of Western Sydney, to be looking at piloting programs where there are in-language announcements at train stations, and looking at how we can match the diverse workforce within our transport system potentially to stations so they can deliver customer service in language as well. But the other thing I think is really important is the bang for buck piece. So we are making huge investments in public transport, so how do we extract the maximum value? And really there's a couple of things there. First, we need to get savvy about really looking at how we measure impact of transport beyond transport, in terms of economic value, in terms of the value of catalysing transport-orientated development, etc. We need to start looking at the impact measurement piece beyond getting people to and from where they need to go. As well as that, though, I think we can start looking at social procurement or targeted procurement when we're talking about transport spend, and how we can use that as, I guess, an add-on, if you will, to looking at addressing entrenched disadvantage, particularly in Western Sydney. And finally, and most important...
Sorry, the social procurement, that's in your submission, but could you expand what that, explain what that is to the committee before you move to your third point?
Of course. So social procurement, in a nutshell, is a procurement model that really looks at addressing a social need alongside it. So, for example, when I think about transport procurement, some of the best social procurement programs I've seen have been working with major infrastructure developers, with community organisations, to deliver jobs to targeted communities, for example, First Nations people, but then it also delivers wraparound support to make sure they're supported to keep that job. And often when it targets people who are in long-term unemployment, who may be returning to workforce, we can actually see a knock-on effect as they're able to get that job, they're supported to keep that job, and then that pushes them into the workforce. And that's a really successful model when we think about government spending in terms of moving people away from reliance on services, reliance on social security, etc. So it's, I guess, for me, a great economic model, but also as someone who's trained as a social worker, something that delivers a real clear social good. Yep. And so finally, and just quickly, talking about bang for buck and extracting value, I really think, I know there's quite a few organisations and partners who've already provided evidence to this committee who've talked about transport-orientated development, so I won't go over that too much. However, I think particularly given the chronic shortfall of housing and the catching up we need to do in order to deliver that, there's the opportunity to do transport-orientated development, but to do it well. And within Western Sydney, that's about really looking at population mix. It's not about dropping in a bunch of apartments one bedroom stacked yay high. It's really about looking at community need, looking about green space, and looking ultimately about how we can use transport development to create new city centres that are walkable, that are integrated, and allow people to get in and out of public transport as they need.
Thank you. Do you have
Yeah,
questions?
I just picking up on that point. I mean, how do we do that through private-driven development model?
In terms of
Well, you talk about, like new town centres, that have all these factors integrated. If the way we're kind of gaining densification is through, private development, individual blocks, it is disaggregated, it is uncoordinated, and so you end up with this sort of mix match, and they're not really focusing on the kind of, they've got a very limited focus on, what's going to deliver the best return. Fair enough, they're in private business, but, the more important sort of social coordination that might be produced by intervention at scale. Like I look at the kind of developments, I live near Olympic Park, the Newington development is a fantastic case. Bike paths, quiet streets, close to transport, trees, integrated landscape, done on scale. Like isn't that what we want to achieve? How do we do that through a privately driven development model?
It's incredibly hard if we're talking about infill development, because as you allude to, it's not one player you're dealing with. It's lots of small groups who are either developing or owning that land, and it takes a concerted effort to even get some movement, let alone the kind of master plan vision we talk about. Of course, there's incentives there in terms of planning. There's things that can take place, but it's very difficult. Whereas if you're looking at transport-orientated development, for example, in that corridor between Leppington and the airport, since it's more of a greenfield site, there's more opportunity to master plan and deliver that vision. However, I do acknowledge your point that in terms of those existing transport corridors, in the hills, for example, if you were to put a north-south rail link going from Tallawong down to St Mary's, it would require significant thinking and a lot of, dare I say it, political will and also community goodwill to bring those kind of plans to life if you were going across an existing corridor of development.
Well, can I ask another, just in terms of the overall transport spend, it seems that we disproportionately subsidise roads. I wonder if you'd offer comment around, you've both spoken about fare structures, that, the issue around whether a significant sort of intervention might be around moving away from payment at point rather than subsidising our public transport system so that very low cost or no cost, what impact that might have in terms of the sort of evolution of the cityscape.
Yeah, so I mean, on the first question as to whether we're subsidizing the automobile side versus the transit side, there's a lot of debate about that, and it sort of depends on, many more people drive than use public transport, certainly in Western Sydney, and so are you subsidizing based on today's market share or based on your hopeful future market share? So there are arguments on both sides of that, and user fees are different. And if you look at the fare box recovery rate for public transport, so how much of the operating costs, leave aside the capital costs, are recovered, Sydney has a pretty low fare box recovery rate. I mean, none of the capital costs are recovered, and about 30% of the operating costs are recovered from fares. Other cities around the world tend to be much higher, and fares are much higher in US cities and in some European cities, depends. So whether you want to view this as, back Back when these were built, many of them were privately provided, so of course they had to be paid for by the users. But on the other hand, we don't charge for elevators every time you use an elevator, and that's a public transport system within a building. So where do you draw the line for this it's sort of an open question in how you design the system. The risk of making it free is that you have a lot of people who don't have real transport needs riding around because they have no place else to go during the day. And that makes it less pleasant for the people who do actually have to go somewhere. So you might be driving off some users with the other users using it all day, and a fare is a way of separating out the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, and a way of ensuring that some people who are using it actually are making a trip for that purpose. What works in a small town or what works in a small focused route, like between an industrial park and a train station, that could be a free service, might not work for the system as a whole. And then, of course, the revenue shortfall would have to be made up somehow. I mean, you save a little bit of money not collecting the fares, but you'd lose a lot of money in the revenue, and that's a big revenue hole that has to be recovered.
Thank you. Mr. Nance?
If I could just add to that, we, informing our submission, talk to quite a few community sector organisations who work with a wide range of the population across Greater Western Sydney. And to your question about, at the heart of the question is really about, if we were to take away fares, would it mean that more people would be interested in catching public transport? At this point in time, I would confidently say the answer would be no. For those who are already catching public transport, it would be welcomed, particularly those who are paying, significant amounts of money in their budget to get to work. However, for those who are choosing to drive, or often who have to drive to their jobs, I think of tradies who go to job sites, for example, where public transport just isn't an option. We're seeing and we're hearing on the ground that they're going without food, they're going out without luxury items in order to put petrol in their car. So for me, at some point, if a public transport system was viable for them, they would have made the decision to be catching public transport to save that money, because we know it's more expensive to own and maintain a car, to put petrol in it, to insure it, service it, etc., etc. But I think the fact that within the context of this cost of living crisis, there are still a huge amount of motorists who haven't converted to public transport. I think we've got the answer in terms of additional reductions to fares, driving more people towards public transport.
I'm just going to try and put one more question in. We've got 2 minutes left, so just short answers would be great if you can. Just about the rapid bus network, a number of witnesses have said, well, it's not really rapid now in terms of what has been implemented. Could you, just for the record, so we can get this into the report, what did it need to have to be really rapid, and what doesn't it have in terms of what's being implemented and what's needed? I know you've mentioned this a little bit, Professor, but to be specific in terms of what's being rolled out now?
So the T-ways are a really good system. Okay, so if you look at the T-way as a model for a rapid or bus rapid transit system, that's really good. It's on exclusive right-of-way for most of the line. It's got dedicated stations. It's got high frequency of service. It's got preferential traffic signals at places where it has to cross city streets. So all of that is sort of the kind of design that you'd be looking for a rapid bus system. Short of that, it's going to be less rapid.
Mr. Nance, anything further?
One of the things I'd just add is, for me, it's often about perception. And so people often hear rapid bus and they think, I hop on and then I hop off at my destination and don't stop the entire way. And so for me, it's about being really clear in terms of what we mean when we're delivering rapid bus services and managing the expectations of commuters as much as anything else.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for appearing. We're out of time for this session. And again, thank you for your extensive submissions, and your knowledge in this area is very valuable for the committee. Thank you. We'll now call our next witnesses.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started. So, welcome. We'll get you both sworn in. So, Mr. Mahendran, if you could state your name and position title and either an oath or an affirmation first, please.
Not a problem. My name is Mr. Sharath Mahendran, and I am the creator of the YouTube channel Building Beautifully. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, Mrs. Alison Dench, if you could do the same, please.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Yes, my name is Mrs. Alison Dench. I'm a resident in Western Sydney. And I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, I assume both of you have short opening statements to make. I will proceed in the same order. Mr. Mahendran.
Good morning, panel, and thank you so much for offering me the opportunity to speak at your inquiry today. My name is Sharath Mahendran, and I am the creator of the YouTube channel Building Beautifully, a YouTube channel about transport and urban planning in Sydney. Since I started the channel around 2 years ago, my channel has achieved 36,000 subscribers and has amassed over 3.6 million cumulative views, which demonstrates the strong interest and passion in transport and the improvement of transport that Sydney-siders have. But more important than all of this, and the reason I'm here today, is the fact that I am a lifelong resident of Western Sydney, having been born and raised in the Hills District. I've seen firsthand how the lack of adequate transport links and a very car-centric form of urban planning has encouraged for decades car trips far more than public transport. Research by Transport for New South Wales in 2023 shows that only 14% of journeys to work from Western Sydney were made by public transport, compared with over double that, 32% of journeys in Eastern Sydney. This is an incredible and unacceptable deficit. But is that really all that surprising when we consider that only 30 stations are located west of Blacktown? The burden of housing new residents to Sydney largely rests upon areas west of Blacktown, such as Austral, Spring Farm, Marsden Park and Oran Park. Western Sydney dwellings are expected to grow in number by 41% by the year 2041, without the public transport investments to show for it. Good public transport reduces reliance on motor vehicles, which helps to reduce global warming. Furthermore, and we've already heard about this today, public transport is 4 times cheaper than driving, according to Transport for New South Wales, which is a very relevant stat given the current cost of living crisis. Public transport is also believed to result in an additional 8 to 33 minutes of walking each day, according to a New South Wales health study, representing improved health outcomes for its users. So although automated vehicles are, they obviously have all their benefits in terms of they can be more reliable than public transport. Public transport has the benefits that I have just said. They're cheaper and represent better health benefits. Now, in the last inquiry, the Metro West came up quite a bit, and since that time I applaud Labor for committing to building a Metro West station at Rose Hill in December, which will pend successful investigations. Sydney needs more strong public transport decisions like this. The government must commit to funding business case studies for various metro extensions. By extending the Sydney Metro Southwest to Liverpool and perhaps beyond, the Sydney Metro Northwest to Schofields and then St Mary's, the Southwest Rail Link to the new Western Sydney Airport, the Sydney Metro West to the new Western Sydney Airport and Aerotropolis, and the Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport to Macarthur, a substantially more connected Western Sydney will be created. I also strongly urge the construction of a north-south metro that passes through Parramatta, ideally from Norwest to Kogarah, linking most train lines to improve Sydney's inter-suburban and inter-regional travel, and help improve access to Parramatta, which is meant to be Sydney's second CBD. Crucially, these public transport links cannot be built without good housing. For too long, the link between housing and transport has been unlinked in this city. The state government invests billions in new metros and in public transport, and yet largely leaves it to local councils to decide what gets built around stations. As a result, too many Sydney-siders have no choice but to live on the outskirts of our city, far away from new public transport. I urge this inquiry to help change this. Why are thousands of homes being built in, say, North Kellyville, when still not one building has been built right next to Kellyville Metro Station? And that's just one example. A recent KPMG study found that 49% of dwellings added in Sydney during the past 15 years were located within 1 kilometre of a train station. We should try and push that up to as close to 100% as we can. Build more density around train stations such as Glenfield, Blacktown and Penrith. New metro stations such as St Mary's and Rosehill should have density planned in tandem with their construction in order to ensure taxpayers are getting as much bang for their buck as possible. I will state, however, that far more of the burden of housing should be placed on eastern Sydney, which has a majority of Sydney's trains and upcoming metro stations. Now, to finish up, bus routes in Western Sydney often run at woeful frequencies. Take route 748, which is a crucial route linking West Marsden Park to Schofields and Tullawong stations. This route runs every 15 minutes on peak, but only every 30 minutes off peak. That's an average wait time of 15 minutes for residents, and that's reflected across Sydney. You shouldn't need to drive to your local station to get to the city or wherever you need to go, because car parks inevitably fill up quickly. They have finite space and they will never be able to accommodate every single car in a suburb of thousands. Western Sydney desperately needs better feeder buses to its train stations, running no less than every 15 minutes all day, and I would urge the government to invest in this. Buses, however, are not the solution to public transport needs of Western Sydney. They are merely a short-term fix that must be followed with rail investment. I thank the inquiry again for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today, and I strongly hope that what I have said can help inform and shape the public transport of Western Sydney for years to come.
Thank you, Mr Mahendran. Mrs Dench.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging we're meeting on Darug Nation's land, so thank you. I'd like to also thank the Portfolio Number 6 Committee for the inquiry. This is such an essential importance issue. As a dedicated and concerned resident of Western Sydney, I'm here today to advocate for the rights and wellbeing of those in our community who are experiencing disadvantage and often do not have a voice. With a human-centred focus and a deep desire to nurture the capacity and capability of our local communities, I firmly believe that the cornerstone of a just and civil society lies in the fabric of our everyday lives. Embracing the philosophy espoused by Eva Cox, I firmly believe that a just and truly civil society is built upon a foundation of social connections, with public transport serving as a vital link between public and private spheres. The current reality for many residents of Western Sydney is marred by inequities that permeates their daily existence. As Gough Whitlam astutely observed in 1972, a person's standard of living is increasingly determined by their geographical location, highlighting the profound impact of transportation access on socioeconomic outcomes. Access to safe and reliable public transport is not only a matter of convenience, but it's also a crucial determinant of overall health and well-being. It's a right as a citizen. However, barriers such as geographical distance, transportation costs, language barriers, cultural differences and discriminatory practices effectively bar individuals from accessing necessary transport services and care. Regrettably, these issues persist, despite being consistently highlighted in the top 5 concerns during the local government's community strategic planning processes across local government areas of the Western Sydney. The voices of our residents continue to be disregarded, resulting in the inequitable distribution of public transport, infrastructure and associated services throughout the landscape of Western Sydney. The disparities in public transport infrastructure across Western Sydney are glaring, with many residents facing inadequate access to bus stops and infrequent service intervals. Moreover, the existing transport options disproportionately favour affluent areas, exacerbating the socio-economic divide within the region. A significant proportion of Western Sydney's residents find themselves locked into car dependency and forced car ownership, leading to significant financial burdens and environmental consequences. The lack of viable alternative transport options not only strains household budgets, but also contributes to longer commute times and limited access to essential services. The projected population for Western Sydney for 2041 is staggering. Yet new growth areas are being developed with little consideration for adequate access to public transport. Instead, the focus remains on car-dependent communities, neglecting the pressing need for alternative transport options. Rapid urbanisation outpaces the development of public transport infrastructure, leaving new communities and suburbs left bereft of adequate transport options. As a result, residents face prolonged commute times and limited access to essential services, particularly in growth areas on the western fringe of Sydney. Despite these challenges, infrastructure expenditure remains disproportionately skewed towards motorways and roads, neglecting crucial investments in heavy and light rail, footpaths, shared pathways, cycleways. And the corridors, the public corridors, are skewed mainly towards cars. Those public spaces need to be more equitably used, particularly in relation to cycles and other alternative forms of travel. Furthermore, the benefits of smaller public transport projects in transport disadvantaged urban fringe suburbs cannot be overstated. These initiatives yield tangible socio-economic benefits, including lower crime rates, increased employment, improved health outcomes, and enhanced social inclusion. It is imperative that such benefits are factored into cost-benefit analysis of public transport projects. It's more than just making a buck. We need to look at the social outcomes of our community to be a truly civil society. Spatial inequity mapping highlights stark contrasts in access to jobs, education and services across Sydney, underscoring the profound impact of geographical location on individuals' quality of life. Addressing these disparities requires concerted efforts from all levels of government, as well as meaningful engagement with private corporations to ensure equitable access to essential services like public transport. In conclusion, I again express my sincere gratitude to the committee for undertaking this critical inquiry into the current and future public transport needs of Western Sydney. By investing in equity-based transport options and fostering collaboration across sectors, we can work towards creating a truly civil society where everyone has equal access to essential services and opportunities for socio-economic advancement. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue.
Thank you. Thank you both. And thank you both for your very excellent detailed submissions as well. And of course, we have read them in detail and they're very excellent. I wanted to just do a quick kind of high-level political question at this point. We've heard the Premier, especially recently, maybe in the last 6 months particularly, stress the need to build up, not out, indicating that he does want to see, and we've seen potential rezoning efforts now underway. However, the out hasn't stopped. The phrase is being used that that's the reason for the infill, but are there any examples, or are you aware of anywhere that has stopped in terms of those southwest growth centres? And if you could also comment just how inequitable the transport situation is for the new, Wilton and Appin, that I understand doesn't have any. I'll go to you first, Mrs. Dench, and then you, Mr. Mahendran.
Not a problem.
Look, nothing's stopped. If anything, it's ramped up. It's just unbelievable the amount of growth and infrastructure build that's happening without any view or thought around public transport and how we're going to get around. It's going to continue. It's not going to stop. It'd be great if we could build up instead of out, but the horse is bolted. It's happening. It really and truly is happening. The inequities and the disparities around accessing public transport is just going to be exacerbated more and more because of this. What needs to happen is more view about interconnections within Western Sydney and looking at building up those centres within Western Sydney for people to be able to access those services rather than having to do miles and miles of trips into major centres like Westmead Hospital, Liverpool Hospital, even into Sydney. And jobs. We have communities out our way that are very focused. Their roles and jobs are on those service industries. They can't work from home. They have to get about and get to. They provide themselves essential services, which are often very difficult to get to. You can travel 2 hours just to get 50 Ks. It's crazy. It took me an hour and a half just to travel from Teresa Park to Parramatta this morning. It's going to get more and more congested, and putting rapid buses on the roads is only going to increase to that unless we put in some significant infrastructure to allow for those buses to get through quicker.
Thank you, Ms. Mahendran.
Yes, thank you for asking me that question. So, so pretty much mirroring what Mrs. Dench has just said, I don't believe that we are really stopping the out. It does seem like the out is still continuing in places like Oran Park, Marsden Park and Bingara Gorge. There'll sadly always be a market for building out, but that's primarily because we're not building up enough. Now, I personally believe more of the burden of building up should be placed on Eastern Sydney because, after all, much of our massive public transport investments are being focused there. Look at the Sydney Metro City and South West, that is primarily sitting east of Parramatta. Look at the Sydney Metro West. While it will definitely benefit Western Sydney, much of it is being built in Eastern Sydney regardless. However, we aren't really stopping the building out. So I would recommend that we try our best to slow the building out because there are so many negative impacts of car-dependent sprawl. We're talking about the urban heat effect, which has already been mentioned today. It costs something like, I'm not going to quote the exact figure, but it costs a lot more to build a house on greenfield land as opposed to infill housing, which represents a massive tax on the government. So I would recommend it slows, but these places are already there. Oran Park's already there. Marsden Park is already there. There are already people living there, and that is why I return to what I said in my opening statement, where I reaffirm that we must continue to build and extend our metros. Labor has not committed to that yet, and I understand that money isn't infinite, but eventually we do need to extend the Tallawong Metro to Schofields and to St Mary's. Every day on my, maybe not every day, but many times a month on my YouTube channel, I hear people asking why have they not extended the metro from Tallawong to Schofields and beyond. That is a massive gap in the metro network which would really help people up in Marsden Park. Why don't they extend the Western Sydney Airport Metro south towards Oran Park and Macarthur? That would help people in Oran Park get around easier and actually get towards the city much faster. So urban sprawl is not ideal. We need to stop blocking infill housing, but much of this urban sprawl is already there, so we need to be building the metros and the public transport links to accommodate for it.
Thank you. And it's your understanding that, as you said, with Oran Park, Marsden Park, others, so that they have been built without that transport infrastructure being placed first, and now as they stand, are there frequent bus services if there's no rail or metro obviously going to those places? Ms Mahendran, are there frequent bus services, do you know?
I'm not aware of Oran Park, but I know that Marsden Park, while they seem to get a train, I mentioned it in my submission, while they seem to get a bus roughly every 15 minutes in the peak, that goes down to only every half an hour towards Schofields and to Tallawong. And I personally don't believe that is frequent enough, because a half an hour service represents an average of a 15-minute wait, and I believe not many people are willing to risk a 15-minute average wait. Like, imagine you miss that bus, you're going to have to wait another half an hour. In reality, most of us here in practice, if we have a half-hourly bus, we're probably just going to want to drive to Tallawong or to Rouse Hill and just park our car there, and that I've already mentioned how expensive owning a car is. Imagine needing to own a car, spend it's something like 10 grand a year on owning a car just because your local bus is only running every half an hour to your local metro station.
Just one last question with in terms of your submission, Mr Mahendran. You say that when part 2, I don't think there's a page number, but conduct investigations to identify more rail corridors, and you suggest that what you've suggested above, very detailed. Thank you so much for your extensive work and knowledge. You're all studying or have completed civil engineering, is it?
Still studying.
Still studying.
Yes.
Thank you. But you do say that these are merely proposals that the government has already made. What do you mean by that?
For part 1, you mean?
Part 2, conduct investigations, but you reference the part 1.
Yeah,
yes.
For part 1, yeah. So part 1,
the government's already investigated all of those?
Yeah, so no, they're purely proposals. So you may or may not remember that the Liberal government, in the lead up to the New South Wales state election in 2023, they said that they would fund business case studies for an extension, for all the extensions that are on, I believe it's page 3. Labor only committed to Tallawong to St Mary's and Erytropolis to Macarthur, and I'm yet to hear anything from the Labor government indicating they're actually going to commit to those. But all of these have been proposed. There's no business case studies to back them up.
Okay.
So business case studies take years. So at earliest, these metro lines wouldn't be able to be open for the next 15 years. And that's if we start today. That's if we started a business case study today. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, actually, no, I'm conscious of time. We've got 9 minutes left. Mr. Diana.
Hi, so thank you both for your submissions. There's a slight sort of tension, I think, in the two submissions. One is, I think, Ms. Dench, you're advocating that there's probably more bang for the buck if we invest in an extensive bus network, whereas Mr. Mahendran, you're more focused on the sort of big ticket major rail infrastructure projects. I mean, obviously government has to choose. Perhaps you might make a comment about the, you know, that tension in terms of the two kind of, I would argue,
Maybe Mrs. Dench firstly, in terms of, is that the right summary of the submission?
contradictory positions.
I'm highlighting the fact that buses is the only solution that's been looked at the moment and the issues there. I would rather see light rail. I would rather see those permanent connections and corridors built so as people can get around and they're more permanent. Buses can be stopped tomorrow and lost tomorrow. So if we're looking at rapid bus, which is, we've just heard a business case is going to take years, they're the Band-Aid solution in the interim. So let's do that well. Let's try and do it as best as we can until we can get more permanent in. So I don't think it's a tension of one or the other. We need to look at a multiple way in which to address the need in the here and the now and the future needs that are coming.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that sentiment. I don't think it's really buses versus metro. I personally strongly believe that metros do need to be built, but at the end of the day, metros, as I've just said, it would probably, my best estimate would be if we started today, it wouldn't be 15 years until many of these metros were built. So in the interim, we need better buses. We need buses that are running much more frequently. We shouldn't have a bus every half an hour to your local train station. When that train station, Tallawong Metro has a train to the city every 10 minutes. That's a brilliant frequency. That's an average of only every 5 minutes. But if you live in Marsden Park, you need to wait, during the day, you need to wait half an hour to get to that metro station. You're not benefiting from that, that very frequent service because your bus isn't good enough. So I would say, yes, we absolutely need the metro investment, but in the meantime, we definitely need the bus investment too. So it's not one or the other, I think it's both.
They both obviously cost money, you know, and there's a limited budget in terms of the priorities of government.
I hear what you're saying there about the cost and the cost factor and what should come first and how do we spend our resources. It's how we actually determine what is cost effective or not cost effective, and if we don't incorporate the social factors and the implications, it's going to cost us a lot more in the long term with crime rates, social isolation, mental health issues, that we're going to have to fork out resources in other areas such as health, education to address. So we really need to be doing some really strong cost-benefit analysis that includes the social impacts and implications for us to see what sort of more benefit and where's the best bang for buck going to be.
Mr. Mahendran, do you have something to say about that as well in terms of cost effectiveness?
I think I've said what I can say about that, yes.
Can I ask Mr. Mahendra, you list a number of projects, which one do you think should be the top of the priority list?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, I personally believe one of the, they're all very important. I think one of the most essential ones, which is somewhat low-hanging fruit and I think would be most budget-friendly, would be Tallawong to St Mary's. I know that many people who live in the hills, myself included, really despise the 3-kilometre gap in a new metro between Tallawong and the T1. So you can't get from Tallawong to Schofields easily. So people from Blacktown who work at Macquarie, for example, or people even from the Richmond area, from the Schofields area who work at Macquarie, who work at Chatswood, they don't get to benefit from this metro that runs every 10 minutes to those areas. So I personally believe that should probably be the priority, I would say.
Ms. Merton, do you have?
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Dench, if I could put a similar question to yourself, just in terms of you're citing your public your trip from Teresa Park to here and the time on that. I'm just thinking, what do you think the priorities are in terms of public transport for the southwest?
For the southwest itself, I think it's a more, you need a multi-layer approach. It's not bus, it's not rail. It needs to be things like on-demand services to help people who truly need assistance and don't have opportunities and ways to get around. It's things like car sharing, carpooling, looking at those other sorts of initiatives, looking at how we can fund social enterprises to help to who have their focus is a social outcome, not just a making a money outcome. It's about what those social outcomes are, to provide some different types of transport needs and solutions. That comes with listening to people and understanding and hearing what people say will address their needs and how they can get around. So look, it is going to be years and years before there's a rail line from Teresa Park over here to Parramatta. It is a known thing. I'm going to have to use a car. My next generation and possibly the generation after that are going to have to use cars until things are in place, which is going to have such big impacts if that sprawl keeps heading out our way on our future generations. So we need to be looking at multiple ways in which we can provide solutions. It's not a single silver bullet answer. It's a multifaceted way on how we're going to approach this, and it comes from collaborating, talking, listening and understanding people's needs and hearing what they see as a solution as well for their area. Place-based solutions are going to be a big part of our way forward to help people.
Thank you.
How much of a difference does pretty much every witness really has stressed the need for connectivity between North Western Sydney, broadly the hills, as well as southwestern Sydney, and talking about the North-South rail link, as well as then connections with the airport metro? How much of a difference would connecting that north and south by rail, metro, or say rail and metro, how much of a difference would that make to Western Sydney residents? Has there been research or work on that, or even just from your own kind of anecdotal evidence and your own experience? Mrs. Dench, firstly?
Yes, look, it would make a major difference and a major impact for people being able to connect and get around within southwest Sydney. The whole idea, you've got that spine going up from north-south, it can then tentacles and integrate people moving within. Not everybody in southwest Sydney travels to Sydney. Not everybody goes there every day. We travel within, we work within and around, and we don't have those networks or those connections like Eastern Sydney has. So it's about, we build that spine and other things will come as a result of that. It's critical.
Thank you.
Look, Sydney's been designed to funnel people into Eastern Sydney. It's all about getting you to Eastern Sydney. Every train line goes into central, into the city circle. That's not how a good public transport network should work. A public transport network should also allow for circumferential travel. If we as a state are serious about making Parramatta Sydney's second CBD, we need to make sure we have better north-south links to that city centre. And as Mrs. Dench has mentioned, not everyone in Sydney is trying to get to Sydney as it is. Many people work within Western Sydney, work in places like Liverpool, Blacktown, Parramatta. My girlfriend is currently doing a placement at Liverpool Hospital and lives on the other side of Sydney. It would take her 2 hours to commute to Liverpool from the other side. It would take her much shorter to get into Sydney CBD. These are the type of people, these are the real people who need better links need better links within Western Sydney in order to get to their jobs and their occupations. Because at the end of the day, not everyone works in Sydney CBD, and we shouldn't even have a public transport network that relies on where people work. It should be where you go to school. It should be where you want to go out for entertainment, for dining. It should be all sorts of things should be accommodated for to reduce car dependency for all the reasons that I discussed in my opening statement.
Thank you.
Can I just question? On that question, I mean, we heard evidence, I think, at our last hearing around the effective dismantling of one of the north-south links, which is the link that exists between Parramatta and Bankstown as a result of the conversion. I wonder if you might offer some comment about that.
Parramatta and Bankstown.
Yes, there's an existing, standard rail link that takes you from Parramatta that can get you to Bankstown via Auburn.
No, I don't think that train. So that train line, I think it used to exist, but that hasn't existed for years. That would be a brilliant. That would be a brilliant.
The line is
and
still
there's-
there. The line is still there.
No, the line is still there. There's no service that takes you straight
No.
from Parramatta to Bankstown, and that would be. And the metro in its current form, nothing about it would eliminate the possibility of a train service from Parramatta to Bankstown, because the section of line north of Bankstown, Birrong and Barala and all of that, that's still going to be heavy rail. So actually that would be a brilliant idea, to have a service that did that instead of just shuttling people between Bankstown and Lidcombe. Maybe have it go to Parramatta instead.
Can I ask just one more question?
We are into wanting to just quickly.
Just very quickly. Sorry, you mentioned about the lack of development around Kellyville Station. What's your understanding around why that hasn't actually happened?
Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure. I look at the website quite often, and there's these beautiful pictures of what they plan for it to look like. Chris Minns has just announced that Kellyville will be one of the priority precincts, but the reality is Kellyville Metro, since 2019, there's still nothing there. It's the same at Bella Vista, it's the same at Cherrybrook, and as someone who lives in the hills, I would be more than happy to see some density built there, because instead we're having people living on the outskirts of Marsden Park and Oran Park, and there will always be a market for detached houses like that, but there will also be a market for living next to a metro station with services every 4 minutes in peak and every 10 minutes off peak. So I don't see why we should deny people that.
It's probably developers can see that they can make money pretty easily in certain fringe urban areas. Mrs. Dench, do you think that's part of this?
I concur. Definitely, it is part of that.
Thank you. On that note, we'll have a break now. Thank you so much again for your detailed submissions and your extensive passion and work in this area. Really appreciate you giving evidence. The committee will now break until 11:15.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Good.
Welcome back to our next session. We'll immediately commence by getting everybody sworn in. We'll start with my left, Mr. Roder, and then continue along, stating your name and position title and either an oath or an affirmation, please.
My name is Jeff Roder. I'm the Director of Infrastructure and Project Delivery.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you please, and they for Hansard will as well, if you could bring the microphone closer to your mouth? Just slide them forward. Yeah, thank you.
My name is Jeff Roder.
That's better.
Director of Infrastructure and Project Delivery, the City of Blue Mountains. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mayor Lake.
Thank you. Good morning. It's Lisa Lake, Mayor of Cumberland Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Cavallo.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Daniel Cavallo, Director of Environment and Planning at Cumberland Council, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks so much. And finally, Ms. Connolly.
Hello, I am Gail Connolly, CEO of the City of Parramatta Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Okay, now with opening statements, I assume you will have an opening statement to read for each council. We'll start with Cumberland. That's you, Mayor Lake?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving us the opportunity this morning to provide information to this important inquiry. Just a quick introduction to you to our local government area. Cumberland Council was formed in 2016 as part of a merger of parts of Auburn and Parramatta and Holroyd. Our current population is now over 236,000 and it's projected to increase to 300,000 by 2036. In the last 10 years, we've seen a growth of 65,000 people, close to the size of a regional town like Coffs Harbour or Port Macquarie. With this increased population, it's projected by my officers that an additional 250,000 daily trips within Cumberland's transport network will occur. However, we know that the area relies heavily on private vehicles. We have a high level of disadvantage. I know you've heard from Fairfield Council last year. They have the lowest CIFA score. We have the second lowest CIFA score in Sydney.
And if you could just explain, the CIFA stands for?
Yes, it's the index. The index that they use is the Index of Relative Socio-Economic Disadvantage.
Thank you.
We have the second lowest score in Sydney. We have a young population. It's lower than the New South Wales average. Our average is 34 in Cumberland. We have high unemployment, particularly amongst youth, and 40% of our community rent their homes. 23% have very low to moderate incomes and they pay more than 30% of their income on rent, so they are in rental stress. We have a high level of homelessness, over 3,000 people primarily living in overcrowded dwellings. So good public transport is critical to Cumberland. It makes it cheaper for people to travel to work or to shopping or schools or get around, and it increases the amount of money that they have for other essential items. It can mean the difference in Cumberland between a person accepting a job opportunity or not. So my point today is in your focused planning growth from this panel, and I appreciate the good work of this committee in looking further west in the areas of the north and the south there. But what we ask you from the Cumberland community's perspective is please don't bypass Cumberland. We would like you to look at improving our train service. We have train crowding on the T1, T2 and T5 lines. We would like some more frequent trains. We would like some faster train services. We would also like you to look at our bus services. We have an extensive network of bus services, but they don't work very frequently outside peak periods. We have some high growth areas such as along Woodville Road that affects Fairfield and Liverpool as well, but only 2 buses an hour run along Woodville Road at the moment. Other areas of high growth, Parramatta Road, the Great Western Highway, and of course around Westmead where the Metro West station is planned. They're all areas where bus services into those areas would be very helpful. The Liverpool to Parramatta T-Way is a great bus route, but we'd like to see that as turn up and go, especially on hot days like today. We support the delivery of the Sydney Metro West, of course. We ask for its delivery to be timely. We note that 2032 is the current anticipated date. We would support further stations between Parramatta and Sydney Olympic Park. We suggest Silverwater. We'd say that would alleviate some of the transport congestion down at Lidcombe where the interchange is. There's also room there, we believe, for a commuter car park, and I think that would be very helpful for the residents of Cumberland. We would like you to look at Parramatta Light Rail extensions. Our submission talks about a potential extension from Sydney Olympic Park down to Lidcombe, also Westmead through down into Wentworthville, where there's high growth. And of course this morning, very opportune, we'd really love to do something with our bus stops. We would like more seats at our bus stops. We would like shelter from the heat, shelter from the rain. We would be very happy to build them. In fact, we'd love to build the bus stops if you could help us financially with such a project. We would like to see better lighting, disability access, and of course safety and security along some of our older train stations. I'd highlight the forecourt at Guildford Station, where many women tell me they feel very unsafe. We would be pleased if you would continue with the growth services program. I know Mr. Cavello can speak to you further about that. But supporting our growth with and the changing travel patterns of the area would be useful. And we also suggest some community consultation just to get some more feedback at a micro level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Blue Mountains City Council now. Mr. Rogo.
Thank you. First of all, I commend the terms of reference in this committee on something that is critically important at this time. What we've seen after 4 natural disasters is the impact and the connections between planetary health, transport planning and trends. And one of the issues with transport planning has been the fragmentation or siloing of transport planning into multiple modes that ignore external effects, particularly biodiversity and climate. A little bit about my background that's relevant to our submission. Before joining Council in 2021, I spent 25 years as a specialist in transport planning across Australasia and the US. Most recently, the rebuilding of the BART network in Greater San Francisco Bay Area to include not just the operational matters of the rail system, the rapid rail system, but also the surrounding impacts on stations and the economies and transport patterns around those stations. Blue Mountains, we believe, is a crucible of what's coming in terms of transport planning. My colleagues can speak with much greater authority on the social impacts, the impacts on local communities, but this is an example where we are looking at from 4 million up to 6.3 million projected visitors. Just give you some frame of reference, that's about the same as the Grand Canyon National Park in a country that has 12 times the population. Again, some kind of context, Stonehenge is 1 million to 1.3. And so we have that within a very small population, within which a very small percentage is actually available for development because we are surrounded by World Heritage National Park that serves as the lungs and the mental health of a surrounding large city. The particular issues that we can learn from that experience is that one of the dilemmas has been the siloed approach to transport planning, and in particular that the assessment of BCR, benefit cost ratios on projects, has ignored really important things like biodiversity and making sure infrastructure is fit for future. So when we start looking at the historical operations of the Sydney Rail Network, we believe that is an under-resourced or a facility that has a lot more capacity, but it's limited by operational factors. Certainly for the Blue Mountains, we have that main corridor through the mountains that has enormous additional capacity. If we could connect it to the surrounding infrastructure, like parking, like accessible transport, like connections to where the key destinations are. I think that's not just an issue for the Blue Mountains, it's an issue for all areas of how do you make better use of the existing corridors. The learning for Barton was that even within Bay Area Rapid Transit, they have silos of operation, so the people who run trains are only interested in running trains. And really struggle to think about the connections to surrounding communities. And so that provides one of the opportunities for our transport planning. One of the key issues is how do we then encourage that transfer from individual private cars, which becomes a planetary health, to actually the connection between destinations and stations, which requires a different thinking process about the investment in stations. Our observation is that I think Sydney Trains within their budget limits have done a remarkably good job, which is work in progress, on safety, on disabled access, and there's a lot of room to go. But that in itself presents an opportunity of rethinking the investment. The point about the whole of government approach and what we call in Blue Mountains Rainbow Asset Management, and we call it that because historically infrastructure investment has just focused on the black and the grey, the concrete and the impervious, and that usually reduces biodiversity. And historically has not included things like how do we devise projects that improve biodiversity? How do we improve projects that make us fit for future? And so looking at investment in infrastructure then becomes the whole of government, not just state. Because when we start looking at planetary health, and for us, the impact of a World Heritage Area next to a large city becomes a really big deal.
Thank you, Mr. Rorter. Can I just, because this is for a short opening statement, I just wanted to, because we can tease this out during questions. That concludes my opening statement. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Connolly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief because I will assume that the committee has read Council's submission, but in summary, Council has resolved to support the government's additional housing targets, particularly for the City of Parramatta, to help meet current and future demand for housing in the Sydney metropolitan area. However, that support is subject to the provision of critical community infrastructure and in particular transport. Now, the City of Parramatta has benefited from various transport announcements in recent years, Metro West, light rail, etc. But in December, we saw the government announce an additional 25,000 homes at Rose Hill. So in other words, a city within a city. Roughly 100,000 people over the next 15 years living in a city that's already close to 250,000 people. So the Council's position is that it would be pleased to work with the government, particularly in regards to the provision of the necessary transport infrastructure to support that housing, not only at Rose Hill, but in our other growth areas. And we have some very specific requests from the committee for you to consider, and they include that we want the government to commit to and fund the delivery of Sydney West Metro West project as a central plank, of course, to facilitating that increased housing supply, not only in Parramatta but across metropolitan Sydney. Also, of course, the council wants the government to include new stations at Camellia and Newington, at a minimum, future-proof their provision as part of a Metro West corridor. We want the government to commit to and fund stage 2 of the Parramatta Light Rail to support our existing high-density precincts, but also these new precincts around Rose Hill and other parts within the city. That provision of that infrastructure will also help our neighbours at Cumberland. We'd like the government to commit to a clear timetable for the delivery of additional metro rail links within Sydney, because whilst my submission is Parramatta focused, Parramatta also has regard to our position in the greater metropolitan area and how we can assist our neighbouring councils and other critical infrastructure that the government is building, such as the Aerotropolis, how we can assist them to achieve the most in terms of productivity and livability. So we request that the government provides a clear timetable for the delivery of additional metropolitan rail links within Western Sydney, with particular emphasis, of course, on connecting Parramatta to other parts of the metropolitan region and the new airport. We'd also like the government to commit to the Parramatta CBD access strategy. This is a strategy that we began with the government some time ago, which has been delayed. It identifies some critical transport accessibility issues within Parramatta that need to be addressed, and it is appropriate that they are addressed now with the provision of light rail stage 1 and the metro. And finally, of course, last but not least, provide increased capacity for bus, ferry and active transport networks as the critical parts of the network that support the bigger, sexier, shiny projects that are being delivered already. And in particular, bus and ferry to Sydney Olympic Park as an emerging residential destination. So I'm here to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to get a sense, probably from each council, about the level of collaboration and coordination that is in place now with the state government. I notice, particularly Cumberland's submission across. There's a theme running across all 4 of your recommendations in that regard. What are the mechanisms that are in place now to work with you, involve you in the planning of transport services and ideally this kind of co-investment? And I say that reluctantly because I'm aware of the cost shifting that goes to local government, and you probably shouldn't have to pay too much for transport services anyway as a council. I might start with you, Mayor Lake.
Ms Fairman, I guess from our point of view, we've certainly been involved in setting the housing targets that are now currently set. The housing targets were set on a district level. We were involved in determining the housing targets that would apply for Cumberland to that district level. And we're in a position now where we're working towards meeting those housing targets. In relation to future housing targets, well, we're waiting for some further information from the government at this point. I guess that would be the situation.
What about transport services as part of that? Because this is what we're hearing, of course, is that the housing targets are happening, but the transport services, there's just that lack of commitment and planning. Everybody's talking about housing going in place, but not enough in terms of transport options.
I'll hand that to Mr Covello if you don't mind.
Mr Covello, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of liaising with transport, there's at officer level there are dialogue and discussion. What limits, I suppose, the effectiveness of those discussions is the funding and the commitments on government beyond that. So using the example of transport services, Council has met with various parts of transport around opportunities to improve transport services in locations where we're planning growth, so they can forward plan and feed that into their planning process. But a lot of the time there is a gap between us speaking at officer level and then having clarity from government on what the direction or the decision or which way forward they wish to go to. So we find in generally with transport, when there's a specific issue, a specific project, a specific initiative that they've got mandate to deal with, we obviously have very good proactive discussions, and transport at an officer level has been trying to be more proactive with councils over the last few years, which is pleasing. But what we find is that it's really driven by the mandate of what the agency can or can't do. So we can explain, for example, that we need more services at Westmead and at Woodville Road, for example, because we've got planned housing growth there. However, they don't really have a funding mechanism or program that we can advocate that this will be a good approach to go to. And the Mayor referred earlier to the Growth Services Program, for example. That program provided funding for new and improved, primarily bus services. At the moment, our understanding is from reading the task force reports and other information that the funding isn't there at the moment. It was in the past, and Cumberland did benefit from improved service levels and new routes as a result of that. So I think in terms of the collaboration, the talking's there, but there's no commitment or direction from government in terms of how they move that forward. And if we understood what the parameters were at an officer level, we could also target our discussions to focus on areas where we've got the most chance of success in getting that collaboration and delivery.
Thank you. Ms Connolly, from Parramatta's perspective, and then we'll go to Mr Rorder.
From a transport perspective, we're lucky as a council. We enjoy the benefit of established quarterly meetings with Transport for New South Wales. My understanding is that they arose as a result of the Parramatta Light Rail project. I do not think, but I'm not sure, that they were in existence prior to those projects being announced. So similar to what Daniel said, in response to one-off projects, those mechanisms are formed. Ours happens to be a quarterly project control group meeting or liaison meeting, if you like. It has every chance that it could disappear once the light rail is up and operating, or if the Transport Department considered it was no longer necessary. We have similar regular meetings with the Department of Planning, but in terms of recent announcements, for example, the 25,000 homes at Rose Hill, it would have been nice to have a statutory delivery authority or planning authority that consisted of planning and transport with the necessary powers established prior to that announcement, so the council would know who the point of contact was, where we should go. We've reached out and said, from the council's point of view, we'd be happy to take the lead role in planning the precinct, both for transport and for land use planning, because we think that at this point in time we can probably do it better and coordinate it better than the two state agencies, because we have a wealth of experience in our planning and transport teams. We are lucky, we are a large council, we have the benefit of that, we can step in and take a lead role. However, for smaller councils, they rely pretty much on, at an officer level, trying to extract personal contacts or personal interactions and trying to establish networks as a result of those. But I think moving forward with the government's announcement for 47,000 homes, I think it was before Christmas, 12 precincts over the next 15 years, unless there is an established team within the Department of Transport with planning that is able to work with the local councils around those 12 high priority, I think they're all tier 1 railway stations they've picked or something like that. Unless that collaboration is there with the councils and written in to legislation or regulated, I think it'll be very ad hoc in its approach. And there is a precedent for this. When the North West and South West growth centres were announced back around 2005 by the Department of Planning, councils were given, councils were guaranteed buy-in to the planning and transport planning processes through the State Environmental Planning Policy, which gave them a specific regulated role with those two state agencies in helping to plan and deliver those precincts. And I would hope that going forward, that's a model that could be used not only at Rose Hill, but in all of the other transit-oriented developments that were announced by the government, and for major projects that may occur in other areas. But I think, in summary, it's been ad hoc. It relies on personal relationships and networks to date, and unless you have a brand new, sexy, exciting funded project, then you're really at the whim of the relevant bureaucrats in any one agency at any one time.
Just to, sorry, we'll go to you in 1 second, Mr. Rorder. I've just wanted to follow up on a question in relation to the approach that council made to the government, I understand, transport and planning, to have some kind of a role or a leading role in the planning of Rose Hill. Is that correct? And what has happened to that request?
At the moment, it's an informal request at officer level, and it's been made to the ATC as well as the Department of Planning. We've indicated a willingness to the bureaucrats that we would like to take a lead role, and we would be willing to have a formalised role similar to what the council's had in the growth centre SEP, where council had statutory recognition that we were an important partner in it. I'm under no illusion that we will get the lead role. I think the government will create some sort of delivery authority, which has planning and transport on it. But certainly, at the very least, the council wants a regulated or statutory guarantee that we are a stakeholder that needs to be heavily involved in the planning of that city for around 100,000 people, because it is literally on our doorstep.
And so I assume you'll take that to the minister at some point. If you don't get, at this point, it's with the public servants.
Correct. So there's been an informal discussion with council about how we would manage that. But the announcement, of course, came at the end of last year after our last council meeting. So at the moment, it is a discussion amongst stakeholders at an officer level only. But I have had this informal discussion, of course, with the Lord Mayor and some councillors, and there is a view that Parramatta Council should be, the lead agency, and if we're not, we should be an equal partner with transport and with planning to help deliver that precinct. And one of those reasons is that in one of my former lives, I was the Executive Director of Metropolitan Planning, and I also wrote the first Metropolitan Strategy in 2005. I wrote the Metropolitan Transport Plan for the Department of Planning, so there's some good experience in planning growth centres, planning strategic documents at a state government level. And I also have a wealth of knowledge and experience in my planning and transport team. So we are very well positioned to take that particular location off the government's hands and let them concentrate on the other half of their housing targets. And let's be clear, Parramatta has half of all of those housing targets to be delivered near transit-oriented development stations in the next 15 years. We have half. We're happy to take that and manage that, and the government can concentrate on the rest. But that will progress in the future as a formal request.
Thank you, that's very clear. And Mr Rodder, you remember my question about coordination and collaboration with the government. How does it happen in Blue Mountain City Council?
Yes, sir. We currently have regular, about quarterly and productive meetings with Transport for New South Wales at the Director and CEO level. They focus on roads and active transport, but they are helpful and productive. We have a similar transport planning with national parks, because 74% of our geographic area is actually national park, and that's where a lot of the major destinations and transport load comes from. Also very productive and regular meetings. The area for improvement is with heavy rail. We've had great difficulty engaging with operators in heavy rail. We've had some success on individual events where we have a major event and we ask for additional trains to be scheduled. So in terms of collaboration on operating things, that's okay. But we have bridges that have load limits where roads are diverted into local road networks that are destroying the local road networks. They've been there for years and we keep writing letters and no one's interested. So it's the heavy rail operator just looks at operating the train, and nothing outside that boundary has been a real challenge for us, because that misses the connections between parking and all of the connecting infrastructure.
Thank you. Mr Diato, do you have questions?
A few questions. Ms Lake, you spoke about bus shelters. I wanted to kind of maybe dive down a bit into the detail around that. Is there I suppose, an agreed standard about where and when a bus shelter is required? Like, is there just transport, or is there a sort of an Australian standard that says there should be a bus shelter at this location when you have so many people using a bus stop?
Yeah, I understand there are some guidelines. Mr Cavello can give you the detail. Thanks, Mr Theodore.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of bus stop shelters, there are some general guidance that's available, but a lot of that's based on older information or based on different sources from other jurisdictions outside of New South Wales. So a lot of the work we do is reliant on various standards or examples of work that has been done to demonstrate what's required. With bus stops and shelters, a lot of it comes down to not just the comfort of the passengers, but also equal access in terms of the footpaths and the pads and getting onto the bus. So there are various standards. There's not a single source that we go to. Council's done work in terms of auditing our bus stops and understanding what the gaps are, but we've based on consulted and expertise on other jurisdictions and other councils of what they've done, not necessarily a document I can point to today and say this has got everything that we need in that regard.
So there's no statewide standard about where and when you would site a bus shelter?
Not to my knowledge. There's the State Transit, when it was around, had its own guidance, and other jurisdictions have their own guidance, but I'm not aware of a recent consolidated standard that applies statewide.
And what's the role of the council in terms of the routing of bus routes? Like, what role does the council play in terms of determining the route of the bus route?
So in terms of the bus route, a lot of that's driven by the state. Council may get opportunities depending on the officers to provide input into that or provide submissions, but primarily with routing that's being driven by the state government, and that comes back to the point that the mayor...
Do you get consulted about the routes? Like, is there a formal process for when a route is being proposed or being proposed to be altered that the council would be consulted? Like, I suppose I'm trying to get to you know, if you're going to site a bus shelter at a particular location and put, you know, public money into that, even if it's a, you know, moderate amount, what certainty do you have that the route's not going to be changed and that infrastructure is then going to be rendered redundant?
So typically, if council was undertaking an upgrade program, we'd be consulting with the relevant agency to make sure that there wasn't a plan that may alter or change that. Traffic committees may have some delegations in terms of moving and relocation of bus stops, depending on the terms of reference for each council. But primarily it's more about the working relationships rather than a formalised structured process around routing, for example. In terms of some infrastructure, there are links to state policies and to traffic committees around that. But in terms of the routes where the bus goes, for example, councils will have limited direct involvement in that.
Right. And so you've done an assessment for, say, Cumberland as just a case in point around your needs for bus shelters.
Yes.
How many do you need?
So with the bus stops, we've analysed the bus stops in terms of meeting DDA requirements. Bus shelters is a component that's above that. So we've got like low number of thousands of bus stops across Cumberland, and a proportion of those would need bus shelters. The bus shelter is really based on the space that's available on the verge to facilitate it, but also what the purpose of the bus stop is. So if someone is waiting at the bus stop to get to a shop or to get to work, that makes sense to have a shelter there. If it's the bus stop's primarily for people to get off the bus and go, that doesn't necessarily need a bus shelter because no one's really staying there, they're moving on. So the work we've done is identified what upgrades are required, and it's identified some standards or some guidance that we can apply around bus shelters. So there'll be in the hundreds in terms of those low thousands that would recommend for a bus shelter given its purpose in the network. But obviously we would look at that on a case-by-case basis to make sure that was supported by the community and also technically able to be delivered.
How much do they cost?
My understanding is it's in the low tens of thousands for a bus shelter. Some councils have commercial arrangements with advertising bodies to provide that, but Cumberland's experience on that is that depending on the market cycle for advertising and depending on if there's other advertising structures in the area, for example with Telstra and their phone booths, that can drive the interest of that market to actually participate and commercially assist council in providing those bus shelters. So there'll be a lot of local routes that there wouldn't be an interest for advertising because there's not too many people driving there, for example. And so outside of that, then we'll have to rely on funding of some sort, either given to council or by council to deliver that infrastructure.
So is there a specific state fund to fund this kind of stuff? Like, how do you actually fund it?
My understanding is the only funding associated with shelters and infrastructure is for regional areas, that there's a small funding program that's provided. In terms of the metropolitan area, it's really reliant on the councils to deliver it, or the state if there's a particular project that they're working on and they provide that infrastructure as part of that project.
bus shelters seem to be a recurrent theme. We've had a number of witnesses who've raised this as a good low-level, low-cost sort of investment in terms of transport infrastructure. If there's no specific funding from the state, do you think there should perhaps be some kind of fund established for funding? And this is something that all panellists might want to make a contribution about. For that specific purpose, do we need a specific fund for that type of bus infrastructure to be provided?
So council submission does flag the need for that, for having a specific fund that the state contributes to assist councils in delivering that. I'll take it more broad than just a bus shelter. I think it's also about the bus stops, making sure that they're designed to the right standard and they're accessible for passengers to use as well. So having an ability to receive some funding to contribute to those upgrades would be useful, and that's consistent with the submission that council's resolved and provided.
Is there not perhaps a case, sorry, I should let the other panellists if they've got a view. Sorry.
I don't think City of Parramatta Council has a resolved position on it, but my personal view is, in terms of just bus stop infrastructure, stops that are required, stops and shelters that are required to be funded on state and regional roads, there should be a state government fund. Stops and shelters that are required to be funded on local roads, council should be able to levy developer contributions for it, because one could argue there's a nexus between additional demand being generated by, say, a bunch of apartments being built on a particular bus route, and the developer should have to contribute towards transport infrastructure in that area, such as bus stops and bus shelters. It's not something, and Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not something I understand at the moment that the developer contribution section 11 provisions of the EP&A Act allow a council to levy for. So to me it's a bit of a no-brainer. Additional people, additional services, additional bus stops, the council should be able to levy a component of the cost from those developers to provide that infrastructure. That's my personal view. It's not the council resolved position.
Very helpful.
There are two reference documents that we use. One is the Western Sydney Engineering Design Manual, and that also references a partner document, which is the New South Wales Bus Infrastructure Guide. Both of those are technical documents and useful to that extent. What's missing is the strategic connections to disabled access when we connect a station then to the bus stops and the bus route.
Is there a case that, given that the state government determines the routes, that maybe they should just be responsible for the shelter infrastructure as well? That's not actually something the council should do, that the state government should perhaps take over that function?
This is your opportunity, councillor.
So my response is yes, because we don't control for Blue Mountains the major public transport driver, which is the rail network. And so it's the connection between the rail network and the destinations that become problematic. And most of those, we're working with national parks to better understand what those connections look like. But that's also the opportunity of using those connections both for buses but other methods to actually build the connection, which is bus stops, active transport, and the connections for disabled access.
I've got more questions, but if you want.
Yeah, I'll just jump in just with a, this is specifically in relation to Blue Mountains and the rail transportation, which I think everybody from the Blue Mountains through to all of Sydney will tell you is just not ideal, and there's a reason why I think so many people who choose to go to Blue Mountains for the weekends take their car and they don't get the train. What is the ideal situation in terms of, I'm sure you've lobbied over many years, the government, in terms of what that service should look like? Has any work been done in terms of the type of trains, how much of it should be express? Has there been some work into the ideal train service that would service the needs of Blue Mountains as well as tourists? Has that work been done?
No.
Right. Do you have any thoughts on it now?
Yes.
Great.
who do we talk to has been a problem with rail.
Try here to begin with, if you could put it on the record, and we'll see what we can do.
So national parks and the connection and dialogue with national parks is excellent. Transport for New South Wales similarly. And even though in theory trains come under Transport for New South Wales, in practice at the operational level, that doesn't quite work. And so in terms of the transport planning, what would really help is say who, in terms of strategic planning of not just the rail corridor, but go outside the rail corridor, that we actually have a strategic transport planning, someone to talk to at a strategic level in terms of transport planning, because that feeds us into all the detail. You know, where do you have the bus routes? Where should the connections be? Where should the bus stops be? A lot of that is councils doing their own strategic plan without necessarily knowing how to have a voice that connects to the rail network, both heavy rail and light rail.
What happens in your quarterly meetings, though? Because you said you have quarterly meetings with Transport. Isn't this all talked about there?
Yes, but we don't really have anyone from... We don't yet have a good connection through to representatives from heavy rail.
Okay. Okay. Back to you. Ms. Merton.
Thank you. If I, Mayor Lake, if I could just ask you just to pick up the issue on density, yes. And I'm just making reference to your very detailed submission, and thank you everyone for providing these to the committee. And I just make reference on the second page, talking about the growing density. And it says, growing density that is not equitably corresponded by public transport infrastructure will result in greater reliance on private vehicles and the burden and overcapacity of existing road networks. I was wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that, just in terms of the impact on the community and whether,
Yeah, sure. So when we talk about our growing density, that's very obvious at a councillor level. We're seeing very distinct population growth that's been very frequent, that's been very recent. So in 2023, for example, we welcomed 4,000 new Australian citizens into Cumberland. These sort of, what we're seeing in the area is more and more interest in migration to our particular area of Cumberland, and that's because that's where the communities are living, and that's what attracts people to our area. So the growing density is certainly an issue for us, and connecting that to what is a fairly ageing transport service in our area is certainly the focus, and why I've chosen to come in here today.
Yeah, thank you. And just further to that, I mean, are discussions in place with sort of Transport or the New South Wales Government in terms of public transport infrastructure in response to density, and particularly probably more in light of the announced new housing density targets and where they're going to go and the impact on, available public transport? I'm just wondering where the discussion might be at with the government on that.
Yeah, certainly. I think the discussion at this point, and Mr. Covello can give you more detail, but I'd say it's much more directed with the planning officers and that department rather than transport at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In terms of the discussion, as I mentioned before, a lot of that is linked at officer level, which is flagging the opportunities and the issues. As I mentioned before, the discussions are happening, I suppose, at an officer level with preliminary discussions around future targets and future requirements in terms of transport and need. But we're still awaiting for that to be translated into policy direction or to clear guidance around programs or funding, how that can be facilitated.
Okay, no worries here. And if I could just pick up a sort of a similar issue with our colleague from the, with Ms. Connolly from the Parramatta City Council. If I could just pick up the issue of density that you raised in terms of the housing targets and what's been announced for Parramatta. and then bringing it back to, you know, sort of public transport and infrastructure. And yeah, if you might be able to elaborate on that.
Council's position has been, in the first instance, we have a district plan. It set a housing target for the period 21 to 26 from memory, and the council has zoned enough capacity to meet about 99% of that target. We've indicated officially to the government that the council stands ready to accept more density and increase those housing targets subject to the provision of infrastructure. We are taking a realistic position that we can accept greater density if stage 2 of the light rail proceeds, if we get those additional metro stations, things of that nature, and of course bus and ferry services, improvements in those services. Parramatta regards itself as a global city. Western Sydney's only global city. We understand that we have to do the hard yards in terms of additional housing, additional density, but with that we want all of the benefits that global cities have when it comes to transport infrastructure. So that infrastructure has to align with the density at the same time that the density arrives. With Rose Hill we have a perfect opportunity to make sure that the houses arrive with the metro station and with the light rail stage 2 station. All the planning work's been done for it. We just need to get on and build it. So our position is that Parramatta is eminently suitable with the infrastructure that's already in place, plus the infrastructure that's planned, if it's delivered, to accept greater densities and accept additional housing targets beyond what we already have. And the council stands ready to do it, subject to the provision of that transport infrastructure. And we're in, I think, much better place than Cumberland. Cumberland's on our periphery. They enjoy some heavy rail access and you know, bus access, but certainly not the same benefits that Parramatta enjoys. And we understand that we probably have to do more than our fair share when it comes to density, because we have the benefits of that infrastructure, in the same way that other centres around that enjoy a railway station or a Tier 1 railway station or, you know, a transitway need to do their share of the heavy lifting as well in terms of density.
And in terms of discussions with government on the public transport infrastructure, are they currently in progress or to be determined? Or I mean,
they're ongoing. They're ongoing. So the council's had a consistent position when it comes to the provision of light rail, both stages. We've had a consistent position with the provision of metro in terms of where it should go and the number of stops. We've also had a consistent position with our integrated transport plan of where the next phases of metro rail should go. So we are very much firmly looking at the next 25 years. So it's presumptuous to say it's a given that we think that Metro West will happen. There'll be a couple of railway stations in the Rose Hill area around that peninsula, but we're now focused on out to the west, to the airport, future connections perhaps up to the north, Epping. Very much the Parramatta to Cogra railway line, which is something that both councils, Georges River Council and Parramatta Council, have been working on for a while. We've designed the route, we've got it ready to go. So we're looking way beyond what's on the current books, if I can call it like that, and looking to the future and planning for those future corridors: metro, light rail, bus, active transport.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just jump in with a question around, so the Parramatta to Cogra rail link that you, just to explain to the committee a little bit more in terms of where that's up to within government, if you like, in terms of being before government. That's a proposal that you've worked on, the two councils, if you could expand upon that for us.
Correct. So when I worked I was the General Manager at Georges River Council a couple of years ago. We worked closely with Parramatta Council to design and plan a corridor for the Cogra to Parramatta rail link. There's an entire document called the River Rail, which shows the potential corridor and how it could perform and what sort of service it should be. It very much has the opportunity to connect one economic powerhouse, being the airport, at Botany, the Sydney airport, with the west, It's a document that both councils have supported for a while. It's very much based on known transport corridors that Transport had been identifying for 10, 20 years. It's that critical north-south corridor that does not exist in our railway system, and you only have to look at the Sydney Metropolitan Rail design to see that there is no north-south connection, which is why everyone gets on King George's Road and drives every day from Hurstville to Parramatta. Yes, we have a few north-south transit ways and they do what they can, but we all know heavy lifters, Metro Rail and Heavy Rail. And that document has been with Transport for New South Wales for some time. It is recognised as a critical corridor and one of the highly travelled corridors, but I don't think it's emerged yet as something in terms of funding for further alignment investigations. It certainly doesn't enjoy the same status as a potential, light rail stage 2 corridor where we know the planning's been done, they're looking at land acquisitions, etc., etc. My understanding is that it's certainly something for the future, but nothing that's been seriously progressed by Transport for New South Wales at this stage. It's one of many corridors they've identified. But that's one example of the councils doing the heavy lifting where they thought that the government, planning and transport, weren't giving it enough priority. And that document's been in existence, I'm going to guess and say about 3 years now, 3 or 4 years, readily available on the websites of the councils.
Can I just
Thank you. Yeah,
jump in
Mr.
on
Diana.
that? So one of the areas targeted for increased density is Barella. It's on that's one of the stations that's on the link from Bankstown through to Lidcombe. Obviously, that's going to be adversely affected by the conversion of the existing rail link to Metro. I understand there's an existing rail corridor that runs all the way to Parramatta. Is this perhaps, given that if there's going to be further infill development in Barella, is it that not a time to perhaps look at that first link, the Bankstown to Parramatta line, and be advocating for direct rail services from Bankstown to Parramatta using the existing rail network? I'll open that one up for directed to Cumberland and to Parramatta, if you want to offer some comment on that.
Mr. Cavallo?
Yeah, I understand many years ago there was a peak link along the Bankstown line that went to Parramatta, and that was removed due to conflicts of the broader rail network and facilitating that service as well as the demand. I think strategically having improved mass transit link between Bankstown and Parramatta makes sense. I think there's opportunities not just to use the existing network where you can, but also look at further opportunities. And we know in Cumberland's instance, for example, with River Rail, while it doesn't sort of call out the section within Cumberland beyond the existing stations, we've got our Woodville Road corridor, we've got Marylands, which is our strategic centre. There's other ways that we can improve the links. But I think what's important is having the planning in place, as Gail said. Councils have done the planning in the absence of the state. Councils, our council's local strategic planning statement calls out these longer term corridors that government's identified, both the Parramatta to Bankstown link as well as a link from Westmead to Western Sydney Airport. But what's missing is the leadership from the state government to actually do the initial planning, because that planning could influence land use decisions, it could influence investment decisions, it could influence how we preserve that corridor for the longer term. Even if government couldn't build it today, but there was a longer term need for it, we could make sure we're securing it now. So I think longer term there's benefit of it. I think shorter term it's probably looking at other networks such as the bus networks and improving that connectivity, because we know that there's significant pressure on the train network. Council wants more services, and the risk I see with that proposal is that the strengthening of the existing overcrowded services may be impacted if you provided that link on the existing infrastructure, which is providing a small segment rather than those dominant flows at the moment. So I think there's longer term need. There's probably some shorter term opportunities. We can look at frequency on buses, for example, but I think longer term, governments identify these dotted lines. It's about having the early planning work and working with the councils to give a bit more definition so we can all move forward and plan accordingly.
Those stations, though, are a risk, aren't they? If once the connection is lost with the existing rail network from Bankstown through to Lidcombe, it's just going to be a spur line effectively. Isn't that the case? Like, I mean, the viability of that line is potentially brought into question by once you have the Southwest Metro put in place, you're going to have just a short service, 4 or 5 stations.
So in
How
terms
do you maintain
of
the viability of that?
Yeah, so in terms of so what government's foreshadowed is that for Regent's Park Umbrella, which is in Cumberland, they'll have a direct city service restored via Lidcombe, which was an old timetable that had that service, and they'll be reinstalled. As you rightly mentioned, there will be that shuttle service between Lidcombe and Bankstown. Potentially there's an option as part of the planning to look at how you could integrate that network, but I think that's a broader discussion for government and for the councils rather than making a definitive commitment today on that.
Do you have more questions?
Yeah, I do have. I'll jump in with one. Just in relation to the Metro West project, the Parramatta Council's submission, Ms Connolly, really does really stresses the need for additional stations between Parramatta and between Sydney Olympic Park. Parramatta, you have mentioned Camellia, I think, and Silverwater / Newington. Would you just tell us why that's so important? Why you think, while the government, while the government is building this metro and planning it, that must be included now in any review of the costs and any new business cases?
My view is pretty simple. The life expectancy, the lifetime of a metro railway line is more than 100 years, 120 years, and we don't want people sitting around in 120 years looking back and saying, oh, we should have built those 2 or 3 railway stations, in that peninsula when we had the chance, and now we've lost that opportunity forever. For the sake of, and my understanding is it's around 2 years and $2 billion extra to put in those stations now, those station boxes. We shouldn't lose that opportunity just for short-term delivery. So in my view, and I know this isn't shared by other councils along the line, but certainly in the City of Parramatta's view, is that the opportunity should be taken now to provide, at the very least, those station boxes, because we don't want people in 100 years' time saying if only they had put in 2 or 3 extra stations. And for the sake of a delay now and extra funds now, it will be worth it in the future. Especially, planning a metropolitan area, putting my old town planning hat on, is something that you do in chunks of 30 or 50 years, in the same way that the greater city parklands were planned 30 years before they were delivered, the M7 corridor, etc., the airport. I was involved 30 years ago in preserving the land for that airport. So these things take time. We don't want to be here in 30, 50, 100 years' time saying if only we had provided those station boxes. Now, my submission to the inquiry around Metro West was that those boxes should be planned for and provided now, and even if they're not fully constructed, the fit-out infrastructure should be there if the government wanted to come along and fill them in later. But the corridor should be absolutely planned and delivered and constructed, and so should the station boxes. Now, the final location, the council's position is Camellia and Newington. Whether it ends up as Silverwater doesn't matter, but my submission was that the government should be planning the entire peninsula, not just looking at a couple of housing bubbles around a couple of potential station sites. That entire peninsula needs to be reviewed. It used to form an important employment lands role. It does not necessarily, the entire peninsula does not necessarily provide that role anymore. Parts of it do around Silverwater, very important employment lands, but north of that you've got old contaminated sites that are probably not going to be suitable for employment lands entirely in the future. The government needs to take hold of the entire peninsula and have a good look at it. Certainly the council's prepared to zero in and focus on Rosehill Gardens racecourse, but that broader exercise needs to be done by the government, and it needs to be done fast. And the original thinking around the metro was speed, it was pre-COVID. The critical measurement was productivity. You had to be able to get from Parramatta CBD to Sydney CBD in under 20 minutes. Then COVID came, everyone worked from home. everyone's travel patterns changed, everyone works from home now, and the interconnections within a city are now proving to be far more important in terms of cities and their productivity, rather than necessarily connections between Parramatta and the CBD. So my view is you cannot have a 7-kilometre section of metro line without stops. No other city in the world does that. No other global city in the world does that, and we should not be doing it here in Sydney. The opportunity is there now to future-proof it, put those 2 station boxes in and get on with it. And who knows, that, the housing supply that entire peninsula can deliver will certainly be greater than 25,000 houses, if that work is done. Without those 2 stations, I'm not sure that it can be more than 25,000 houses.
Thank you.
That's my view.
We're technically out of time, but Mr. Adam, I know you've got like a couple of burning questions. One, do you?
Yeah, just one. I was just going to ask you, we talked about interconnectivity. The Parramatta Light Rail project, stage 2, I think it's projected to stop at Carter Street. I think the Cumberland Council suggesting that it should link up to Lidcombe Station. Can you perhaps elaborate on your how that might work?
Yeah, there's been actually quite a lot of consideration at Council about this, so I'll let Mr Cavello give you some more detail.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In terms of light rail stage 2 for Parramatta, as you said, it stops at Carter Street, which is sort of at the tail end of a developing area, but that tail end isn't closely linked to an interchange. So Council's done some initial planning work, and Council's resolved, and we've put that forward to the state government as part of our submissions for the EIS for Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2. We see that for a fairly short link between Carter Street and Lidcombe on a fairly direct route, we can link employment areas, we can link retail, we can link an interchange, and actually make it easy for people to get around that area, but also alleviate some of the pressure at Lidcombe as an interchange, because at the moment everyone's coming to Lidcombe by car or being dropped off because those strong transport links aren't in place. So there's a lot of benefit with a short link that improves the connectivity of the broader light rail system, but also will help local movements and take some of the pressure off places like Lidcombe, which are a large interchange, but also an area that's got density growing as we speak in that area.
What's the when you said it's a small, what's the kilometre, how many kilometres are we talking?
It's about 3 kilometres.
Really? Okay. Thank you. That's very interesting to finish on. I'm sorry to have to finish
These witnesses, we could keep going. But thank you again for your extensive submissions and your work in this area, and hopefully this committee can make recommendations that you will be pleased with. We'll see. Thank you. The committee is now breaking for lunch until 1 o'clock. So if we're ready to go, Hanside's right to go? Yeah, great. Okay, welcome to our next session of this hearing today, welcoming witnesses from family planning. If we just start by getting you sworn in. So if you could please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. We'll start with you, Ms. Roth.
Okay. All right, so my name's Cecilia Roth. I'm the Senior Policy Officer at Family Planning Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Stewart.
Hi, I'm Anne Stewart. I'm the Director of Planning, Education and International Program at Family Planning Australia, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, do either of you have a short opening statement to make for the committee? Okay, great. Ms. Roth.
Sure. Just wanted to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to give evidence at today's hearing. Family Planning Australia is the leading provider of reproductive and sexual health services in New South Wales. We're now in our 98th year of operation, working with communities across New South Wales and in the Pacific region, and engaging in advocacy at local, state, national and international level. Everybody in every family should have access to high quality reproductive and sexual health education, information and services. And we do this primarily through our fixed clinics here in Western Sydney and Newington, Fairfield and Penrith, as well as Newcastle, Dubbo, some outreach clinics in other metropolitan and rural locations, and we have phone and online telehealth services as well. We also provide health promotion activities and resources to communities across New South Wales, and our research centre contributes to the sector's evidence base. Education programs are a significant way that we build capacity of the health, education and community sectors. And we do this by training doctors, nurses and midwives to provide clinical services in reproductive health care. We also train teachers, disability workers, youth workers and other professionals to deliver inclusive and evidence-based sexuality education and support. Face-to-face training is mainly held in the training rooms at our head office facility in Newington, as well as some other New South Wales locations and some online options. Our submission for this inquiry focused on the need to improve public transport in Western Sydney to provide better access to health services, particularly around the site of our office in Newington, where we relocated from Ashfield in December 2021. Whilst our Penrith and Fairfield clinics are close to train stations, public transport in the Newington area is limited, which impacts on the ability of our clients to access services, including course participants attending training. Much of our service delivery is targeted towards priority population groups who have a greater reliance on public transport. And this includes young people, people travelling from rural, remote and regional locations, people with disability, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, and people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Our team of around 100 staff based in Newington are also impacted, with around 50% of the staff dependent on cars for their commute, private vehicles. And those depending on public transport frequently feeling the frustration of infrequent bus connections and delays, resulting in long travel times, often double or more the time it would take to drive the same distance. Poor transport connections in Newington also have been a factor contributing to some issues attracting and retaining the specialised workforce that we need to run our services. Access to sexual and reproductive health care and support are essential to physical and mental health and well-being. So we ask the government to prioritise accessible and affordable public transport in Western Sydney, such as including a train station in or close to Newington in the planned Sydney Metro West rail project, and other options to shorten travel times and reduce traffic congestion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's good to have a business or organisation represented in this committee, in this inquiry. We haven't had that, so your perspective is very important. When you moved from Ashfield to Newington, were there expectations at that time that there would be different transport options, different public transport options than there are now? Or is it the case that you were surprised at the lack of public transport options after our family planning moved there?
We investigated fully what was there, and we knew that there were bus linkages from Lidcombe and Rhodes, etc. We were surprised at how unreliable some of those bus options were. And a really good example is the on-demand buses, that we knew that they came from the station and could service our area, but they really are variable in their reliability, and our staff can't rely on them to get to work on time, basically.
Could you explain a little bit more about what variable, they're different in their variability, I think was your word, so not reliable. Could you give us some examples of what that means? These are the bus services from, was it a particular train station to?
So an example I was given from a staff member today was the bus service from Lidcombe Station, the on-demand bus. And usually it's about the responsiveness. So you call it up like you would a taxi or an Uber. But sometimes it's there within, say, 10 minutes, but other times it can be a lot longer to actually get there to provide a service from Lidcombe Station to Newington site.
Yeah.
And some of the other ones, like the bus services that link into some of the train stations like Auburn, Strathfield, Parramatta, not always on time, and they're not that frequent, so sometimes they might be only every 20 or 25 minutes, particularly after hours when we have core office hours up to 5, but our clinics do run till 8 on 2 evenings a week and on Saturdays, so it's less frequent after hours, and so people can spend quite a bit of time just waiting for connections, whether that's waiting for a bus or waiting for then a connection then to the train station. So one of the stories that we kind of share is people on their way to Strathfield Station often missing a connection because of the traffic on Parramatta Road, and you're sitting on the bus waiting for that. So all of those things just, add to the travel time and frustration with getting to and from our Newington site.
Okay, and do you have figures or estimates of how many people access your services, have to travel to your services and every week, for example? Do you have those numbers?
So within our submission we said that there's approximately just under 13,000 people that access both Newington and Penrith. I can't accurately tell you the Newington numbers.
I think that would be over a year.
Over a 12-month period.
Okay. And at this point in time, how are they getting there currently largely?
By car.
Right. And are you finding that people who are your clients, patients, that they're able to, that they're driving cars, that they own cars? Is that because you also, I think, talked about vulnerable or socioeconomically disadvantaged communities?
So yes, some of our current clients are accessing the service, but as an NGO, part of what we're funded by New South Wales Health to do is to access marginalised populations, and we know surrounding in Auburn and Cumberland and those areas that there are more marginalised populations. And for us, it is about the people who don't have cars, who aren't getting access to the services and probably can't afford to get a taxi or an Uber to get to our service. And added to that is we know that we're a niche service as a reproductive and sexual health service. We know that within Western Sydney there is a lack of health services and a lack of reproductive health services. And some of our health services are quite time critical. And so for us, it is about the clients we are not seeing, and it's about improving access for the Western Sydney population to all health services, not just ours.
And what's the difference? Could you talk about the difference between when moving out to Newington compared to Ashfield in terms of just a general sentiment of accessibility in terms of transport, being somewhere that had those connections? Is there a very stark difference between where you are now and Ashfield?
For staff, I think definitely there's a difference, and we did have people. I mean, obviously when when a business moves, there's always going to be impact on staff. But I think it was, as Anne was saying, people didn't expect that it would have as much impact, because it looked good on paper that there were going to be lots of links, but we did have, I don't have an exact number, but there was a proportion of staff who ended up moving on, like leaving the organisation because of so much additional travel time and cost as well, with tolls and just having a different route and spending more time on the way to and from work. So we don't have numbers around that, but we know that there's definitely a proportion there. So I think with staff, definitely there was a very different feeling about the ease of getting there and back with the clients, and might have more of an idea.
We haven't actually surveyed the clients in terms of the transport options. We expected, moving from Ashfield to Newington, that we would lose some clients around the inner west area, but we're also committed, because the highest reproductive and sexual health need is in southwest and west. So we made a commitment to move towards the need of where we provide services. I guess the difference for us with the services at Newington rather than Ashfield is we have a day surgery. So not only are clients coming for general consultations and contraceptives and STI tests and cervical screening, they're coming for day surgery from around metropolitan Sydney, from Newcastle, from Dubbo, etc., which adds more complexity.
Yeah, thank you. So what you're advocating for is an additional, which a lot of witnesses to this inquiry have done, is it Metro West in terms of an additional station? You no doubt strongly arguing for the Newington Metro West station. Anything else in terms of, well, actually no. So that's what you'd like to see. That's not out until probably 2032. Is there anything in the meantime for the Newington area that you're advocating for, or that you know that other local businesses or organisations would like to see?
I'm not a transport expert, sure, and we would love to see other options to shorten travel times and reduce travel congestion. And one of my staff members today was saying that even things like a safe cycle path from the stations to the Newington area, that they would actually ride from, be it Lidcombe Station or even Olympic Park. But at the moment they have to cross too many, busy roads, and it's too stressful for them. I guess in the interim, knowing full well that not only the cost but the time delay in Metro West, looking at the bus connectivity and services for, to be extended in terms of, after 5 o'clock, a little bit more reliability, or even more reliable on-demand buses available.
Yeah, or more frequency as well.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so with you've mentioned the bicycle link or bicycle path. Do you know whether there's any, let's say, any areas where that could go? You said they have to cross multiple busy roads to get from Lidcombe to Newington to your clinic, your facility. Is it clear to them, have they, in terms of the people who would like to ride from the station, that there's a distinct, what's the word I'm looking for? Distinct...
pathway.
Pathway, thank you. That's it.
I don't know, but we'd be happy to get back to you on it.
Right, yeah. If you could ask your people who are keen cyclists, that's often one thing that is looked out for, is that here is a perfect place for that bike path to go. Questions?
Yeah, I think crossing Parramatta Road is one of the big ones, because all of the train stations are on the other side of it, so that's right. Obviously a major issue, so you can't just go down a motorway. So that's one of the things, is finding places where they can cross over that. And then just some of those other major arterial roads. But we'd have to ask. We don't have so many cyclists to ask, but we do have one in particular who's very keen and has investigated multiple routes.
There is I don't know whether you're aware of this, there is a proposal to convert one of the rail corridors that runs from Lidcombe through to Olympic Park into a rail trail, so like effectively a bike path that would cross the M4 and Parramatta Road and create that connectivity between Lidcombe. Is that something that you would be supportive of?
Absolutely.
And so can I ask, whereabouts in Newington are you? You're on the sort of Silverwater side of Newington, is that right?
We're on Holker Street. We're just opposite the shopping centre. We're between the shopping centre and the justice facility,
Right, okay.
Silverwater Jail.
So obviously there's not just your organisation, but there's a need for transport connectivity to the MMRC. At Silverwater there, a lot of people who want to visit family members who are being held there. Obviously, there's a need for a regular and reliable bus service there. So is that something that you would support? I also understand that the Parramatta Light Rail actually the stage 2 is intended to kind of run to the bottom of Holker Street. Were you aware of that?
No.
So when that stage 2 development is finalised, there's likely to be light rail that will connect. Well, we had a submission from Cumberland Council, who appeared before us just before the lunch break, proposing that the light rail be extended to Lidcombe Station. So that would create connectivity from Lidcombe Station through to the bottom of Holker Street, and then obviously connect through to Parramatta. So that's something that you would also be very supportive of?
Oh, very.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Ms. Madden, do you have questions for these witnesses?
Thank you very much for your submission and time, and very much appreciate it all. Just in terms of priority, what would it really be? Is it really the bus in terms of the frequency, more service, or?
You've got a priority and you've got a time factor.
Yes.
So if there are things that we can do in the interim whilst, the light rail comes, it would be buses and cycleways, yes. Because I think buses would be accessed more by staff and clients, but certainly the cycleway would be supported as well.
Yeah. And we didn't know about the light rail, but I think we'd be very interested to find out where that would be happening and when that would be happening, because I think people would be quite interested in that, because we do have a number of people that go out in the direction of Parramatta and also Lidcombe, so we'd be quite interested to find out more about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, with this, again, if we do, with stage 2, I think of, which the government hasn't committed to yet either, in terms of Parramatta Light Rail. Do you have any message, probably not wanting to get too political with you, but do you have any message around the length of time the projects are taking and trying to get some solutions earlier? No, that's impossible for light rail and metro, as we mentioned. You've talked about the cycle path. Is there anything else in terms of for example, you've also talked about on-demand buses, but other types of shuttle buses? Could the bus services be improved to Newington?
Of course, yes.
So who operates, do you know, the bus services at the moment that go there?
They're all government buses.
They're all Sydney buses. Yeah.
And at the moment in peak hour, what is the frequency? Because you said at the very beginning that staff just can't rely on them, or clients, probably staff in terms of getting to work at a particular time, but I assume that's the same with appointments, can't rely on them. These are buses coming from where? And why are they so infrequent? Is it because they're full? Is it because of staffing issues? Do they just don't turn up sometimes? Do you have any more details of that?
I think, in my experience, a lot of the time it's they're coming late, or if they're coming, the travel time is longer than expected, and that means that people are missing connections. And a lot of the time with buses, obviously that's about traffic, just that reliance on the roads and having so much volume of traffic on the road. So it's, if a bus is coming and then it's taking longer to get where it's going, it's usually because it's sitting in traffic. So that seems to be, one of the major reasons why people get frustrated with it, and then just the frequency of it. So if you've only got buses coming every 20 minutes or every 25 minutes for some of them, even during peak hour, that's quite a long wait. So if someone's, if they're not coming exactly on time and you miss one, you're spending a lot of time waiting for the next one. So those sorts of things, I think it's about coordination, and then it's about reliability, and then having realistic timetables. All of those things, they're interrelated, but then comes back to some of those bigger questions around reducing reliance on cars, getting traffic off the roads, and that's where something like a light rail or the Metro West heavy rail would be ideal, because it would be taking cars off the road essentially.
At the moment, because you said that a significant part of your client base are coming from southwest and northwest Sydney, or those kind of growth centre areas. At the moment, when you approached by a client to come to your facility, you have to tell them how to get there, or what you say on your website. What instructions are you giving them? Is it largely the best way to get to our facility is by car? You don't really, it's difficult for you to recommend public transport options to them?
We give them the parking options, the bus and where the bus stops are, and where the stations are. We give them all options.
Yeah, so we have a map and some descriptions on the website, and over the phone you hear people explaining over the phone as well. So we have plenty of parking, and it's free parking for them to come where we are, which is one of the advantages over Ashfield, where there wasn't a lot of, we didn't have, I think we had maybe 3 client parking spaces, whereas now we have a lot more space. So that was another bonus of our new site. But we give people all of the options, and then obviously they need to make decisions around how they can best get there.
Yeah, thank you. There's no more questions for these witnesses. Thank you very much for attending, and thank you for your submission and for highlighting the importance of more train solutions to Newington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Grab a copy of your opening statement for Hansa.
This might not be exact.
Oh, that's fine. My colleagues will check it out. Thank you.
Which we're here now. We're going to keep going. We're not going to have the afternoon tea, because our afternoon tea was scheduled when we had further witnesses after 3. We're kind of grouped us together.
Yes.
Big crossover. How you going? Muggy. Yeah, it's really hot out there.
Sweltering, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's a good day for us to be here.
Yes, yes. Hang on, guys. Okay, let's kick off again and start this next session, beginning by swearing in witnesses, of course. We'll start to my left,
you, Ms Shah, will start with stating your name and position, title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Yeah, I'm Sana Shah. I'm here from Sweltering Cities as their Western Sydney community campaigner. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I'll just get you to pull your microphones a little bit closer to you just so we can direct it. Yeah, and then Ms Emma Bacon.
Sure. I'm Emma Bacon. I'm the Executive Director of Sweltering Cities, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr Timms.
Yeah, good afternoon. Michael Timms, Co-Chair, New South Wales Chapter, Australasian College of Road Safety. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll go straight to opening statements. Ms Bacon, do you have it?
Yep, great. I'll kick off. So Sweltering Cities is an organisation that works directly with communities impacted by extreme heat to advocate for more livable, equitable and sustainable cities. We are a health promotion charity trying to reduce the prevalence of heat-related disease in communities across Australia. We started and did our first work in Western Sydney almost exactly 4 years ago. And we've had since then thousands of conversations with people across Western Sydney about heat health impacts. Western Sydney faces a much higher burden of disease than other parts of the city due to extremely high temperatures during summer and also higher risk factors including age, disability, socioeconomic status and other factors that mean that people in Western Sydney are more likely to get sick or die during heat waves. Through those conversations, we found that issues of accessible public transport kept on coming up again and again. People would tell us that they couldn't even leave the house on hot days because they would walk down the road on unshaded paths and then wait for 20 minutes in the sun with no shelter, no seat for a bus that might not even turn up. And it led to them feeling ill, it led to them staying inside, becoming isolated. I spoke to, very early on in this process, I spoke to a woman with a young child who had her daughter on the 1st of January. And she told me about the incredible anxiety she felt of taking her daughter in Penrith with her baby strapped to her chest on a 40-degree day, waiting for the bus, and the concern she had for her daughter's health and safety, just trying to get to medical appointments in summer in Western Sydney. It's a really important issue for a lot of people. So in 2022, we started looking at the Busted Bus Stops program. This is because we found that the heat health impacts of having unsheltered bus stops were leading to heat-related disease, so dehydration, sunburn. We've worked with the Cancer Council to specifically advocate, connecting the fact that skin cancer is Australia's national cancer, as they say, and that being in unsheltered bus stops for minutes, hours potentially each week is a higher risk factor. We also talked about the social impacts of really low-quality public transport infrastructure, including again, isolation, feelings of disconnection, which make heat health risks an even higher problem. We found through our work that there is no central map of public transport infrastructure that Transport New South Wales has when it comes to bus shelters or seats or shade. So it's hard for people to navigate what is an accessible stop. In order to solve that problem, we worked with community residents across Western Sydney to map their local stop. And last year we had mapped 500 alone in the Penrith area. And Penrith, this local government area, this electorate, it's somewhere that gets to over 50 degrees on the ground. So if you can imagine standing on the road and it is 50 degrees where you are, we found through this community research project that over 70% of stops have no shelter, shade or seat. And so the people of Penrith, whether they're going to a hospital, whether they're going to school, whether they're near an aged care facility, all different areas are facing these extremely hot and in fact dangerous conditions just trying to get around their suburb. So we are advocating for the state government to fund bus shelters, seats, public transport infrastructure across the West, specifically funding bus shelters for local government to implement. When we worked from Penrith, the area, Penrith Council reported that they have a budget to install 4 new shelters each year, which is just going to be a drop in the bucket of this problem. Blacktown Council, which is another highly impacted area that my colleague Sana can speak to, we've got some more case studies. They have budget for one additional shelter per ward per year. So that's 5 new shelters per year in one of the highest growth areas of our city. This is a problem that needs to be solved by the state government. As I said, we have some more case studies, some stories from around the area, but this is a summary of what we'll be talking about today. The totally inadequate bus stop infrastructure in Western Sydney is having significant health impacts on the community. It's an easily solvable problem.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ms. Bacon. We'll go to you, Mr. Timms. I assume, Ms. Shah, you'll respond to questions as opposed to an opening statement. Mr. Timms.
Thank you. The Australasian College of Road Safety is the region's peak membership association for road safety with a vision of eliminating death and serious injury. New South Wales is currently experiencing the highest levels of road trauma this decade. Last year, over 350 people were killed in crashes on our roads. These additional 70 deaths represent a 25% increase over 2022. Crashes in New South Wales also send 10,000 people to hospital each year. ACRS appreciates the opportunity to appear today because road trauma, much of it involving private motor vehicle usage, will not be reduced without a corresponding increase in public transport ridership. The United Nations' second decade of action on road safety and the Sustainable Development Goals are now aligned. Public transport, as well as safe walking and cycling, are key elements of road safety and sustainable development. Finally, I informed the committee of 2 road safety transport incidents occurring since submissions closed, which are relevant to points made in our submission. Only last month, a passenger train struck a large trailer, which was allegedly on a level crossing at Vineyard in Western Sydney. Fortunately, no persons were reported injured, but a 16-year-old boy is currently before the courts. We were also saddened by the death in October last year of a 13-year-old boy at Appin in the Macarthur area. The student was crossing the road after getting off a school bus when he was hit by a truck. Road safety is of paramount consideration in any review of current and future public transport needs in Western Sydney or elsewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Means, and thank you, Tim, and thank you both for your submissions, and we've read them, and they, of course, will be taken into consideration as well. I just want to go to sweltering cities to begin with. What's the situation now? I think the evidence that we've received from your submission around the slow rate of which these shelters are being built by fully funded by councils, it seems, I think is shocking us. That's, what we're trying to find out. So how are they funded? What's the level of New South Wales government contribution compared to local council, and is there a strategy by the New South Wales government to fix and upgrade bus shelters across the state?
I'd say, as far as we're aware, there is no strategy on this front. Bus shelters unfortunately fall into a bit of a governance. The governance around them is sometimes unclear because in some local government areas they're entirely contracted out to private contractors, such as the City of Sydney, for example. All of their public infrastructure is done by advertisers who build the shelters. In other areas there is, we've been told, some state government responsibility for major roads, we've been told. And in other areas, it's local council who are responsible for installing, maintaining, and then you have bits of infrastructure, chairs, things like that people aren't quite sure how they got there, when they're installed. As I said, there is no centralised map or data about this. So I would say that there is no current plan around this.
Right. It almost sounds like it's something easy to push into the other agencies, the other level of government's responsibility, if it's not clear.
Yeah, we find that local government are being told it's their responsibility, but they don't have the resources to fix the problem. My colleague Sana can also speak to the issue specifically in areas like Schofields, which are new growth areas, as an example of where there's a problem. This is very centrally planned, but local government doesn't have the resources. Do you want to tell them about?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so our mapping exercise, which we did like over 2,500 bus stops, we found some very stark differences actually between Western Sydney and the inner west and other wealthier suburbs in Sydney. So in the inner west, so in suburbs such as Ashfield, Strathfield, 34% of the bus stops don't have shade, shelter or seating. And then you compare this to the northwest, which, as we know, is like a hotspot for growth. It's projected, I think, to grow by 109%. Yeah, and then you have like 73% of bus stops that don't have shelter, shade or seating. And you'd hope that in suburbs which we know are hotter, like the northwest, there'd be more infrastructure, not less. So yeah, it's a very shocking issue, and I think it can be easily remedied.
Thank you. I've got a lot to ask about bus shelters. I'm sure other members will as well. Mr. Timms, do you have research that in areas such as, we've talked a lot in this committee about the eastern suburbs and how much public transport that they have access to compared to areas which are heavily public transport reliant, the difference, is there a correlated difference between road accidents where people are less reliant on public transport?
Well, certainly it depends on alternatives and what options people have. Some people feel as if they have no choice but to, for argument's sake, use a private motor vehicle. One of the things that we talked about in our submission was the new housing developments going in, throughout the Macarthur and also, western suburbs, and the lack of public transport facilities really giving people no choice but to use private motor vehicles, and then that feeds into the tolling debate. About road tolls and reducing the costs for people, but we would say that there are alternatives to road tolls that don't involve the use of other roads, and that one of them could be trains or buses. And I suppose in terms of data, I looked closely, and again I looked at it the other day, the public transport ridership data that created during COVID for obvious reasons, and it really hasn't gone back up to that 2019 levels. Unlike road trauma, which is now we're now back where we are in terms of road deaths where we were in 2019. It's interesting that you talk about bus shelters. One of the issues of bus shelters where you do have heavily treed areas is footpath distortion and damage due to tree roots, and that then feeds into another hazard for public transport users of trip hazard. So you can see where this issue really, the strands of the spaghetti really do reach out in a number of ways.
Can I just check with the public transport usage hasn't come back to pre-2019 levels? You're having a look at that in terms of data. Was that specifically Western Sydney related, and did you have examples of that? Or was it overall? Well,
it is overall. It is overall, but there's open source data which provides you with bus ridership and train ridership. And if you look at the Central Coast line, ridership is down, the Western line ridership is down, the airport line which goes out to Campbelltown ridership is down. So there is capacity to increase public transport usage.
Thank you. One last question in terms of your submission for me was you emphasise getting rid of level crossings in New South Wales. In terms of how that relates to Western Sydney, particularly Western Sydney in terms of safety, the stats that you've provided, are they broken down in terms of the collisions between trains and cars in Western Sydney, or is that across all of New South Wales? Sorry to dive so deep into the data.
No, I'm glad that you did.
Okay.
I have to say that we've been blessed in Sydney in terms of level crossing removal. A lot of the heavy lifting was done in the 1970s and the 1980s. I grew up in Marylands. There was a couple of level crossings near where I grew up which were replaced many decades ago, and that's obviously reduced that interface between trains and vehicles. That's where the risk lies. And if you can have grade separation, that eliminates that risk. They've been struggling in Melbourne. You've probably followed the level crossing removal program that they've undertaken in Melbourne in the last 5 or so years. That's because they didn't do the work that Sydney did. And so now they've had to undertake on that massive program. Level crossings safety gets a little bit, it's not present of mind in a lot of ways in Sydney motorists because it's not something that we have to deal with on a daily basis, but there are something like 1,400 level crossings throughout New South Wales, and obviously mostly in regional areas, but you do have some of them, and development is now encroaching on those level crossings, as we had with that incident last week.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. Just trying to stick to Western Sydney. I'm tempted to go beyond that, but for this short half hour, and I will go to Mr. Diadam.
I wanted to ask you about bus stops standards. So I think in the proceedings before lunch we asked about bus stops, and the gentleman from Blue Mountain City Council had indicated that there was sort of guidance in terms of how you construct bus stops, but there wasn't really sort of a statewide standard. Can you maybe elaborate on what the state of play is in terms of statewide standards, and just, you know, is there like a best practice in terms of what a good bus stop is?
That's a really interesting question. This was something we looked up really early on because a lot of our data collection was also done using Google Maps to identify where the stops are, using the bus stops in longitude and latitude. And you'll find a little wheelchair accessibility sign on the Google Maps for stops where they are a bit of dirt, and then a small bit of concrete is like the bus stop location, and that's classified as accessible. We're still trying to track that down. As far as we can see, the main standard is about it being a point of departure. So it's about whether people can get from, and it's a lot about wheelchair accessibility. It's about whether people can get from the bus stop to a accessible bus, and that is what the standard is. As far as we can find, there is no standard around what the bus shelter itself should be like, if there should be seating, if there should be lighting, if there should be information. What this means is that there's been some funding around people with vision impairments, the dots that you have on the ground to help people navigate. You'll have instances in parts of Western Sydney where there'll be no footpath, just grass, and then a small block of concrete with some blocks on it indicating that this is a bus stop point of departure, but it doesn't connect to anything else, including any other pavement. So as far as we can tell, there are no accessibility standards for the shelters themselves. This is obviously a big problem, and there should be community consultation with people with disabilities, with carers, with schools, and with others to say, what is the best standard for bus shelters in terms of materials, to make sure that they don't get too hot, to say, what is the give and take between shade or visibility? Is safety an issue? In which case, should there be lighting at night or other information? It's a big gap, and actually a huge opportunity to consult with the community about what they'd like to see. Bus shelters or bus stops are more than just a point of departure. People wait there. So what should it be like as they wait there? As far as we know, those standards don't exist.
No Australian standard for bus stops.
We haven't been able to find a New South Wales standard. We haven't looked for a federal standard. I'm not sure if there is a federal standard around that, but regardless, the bus stops in Western Sydney aren't being held to any standard at the moment. Yeah.
And so I think in some of the material around your bus stops campaign, you make a statement around renewably powered transport. So can you just, is there some nexus between bus stops and renewable energy? Is that what you're suggesting?
This comes from feedback we've also got from people, especially around schools, that having buses idling, waiting for a long time, if they're like petrol-powered buses, if they're waiting next to you for a long time, the fumes can have a big impact on people, and they make it less pleasant to be waiting there at the bus shelter. And I think we also know that as an organisation that is focused on cooling down our suburbs, making our homes safer, making our planet, our cities more sustainable, that renewably powered public transport is going to help reduce the carbon emissions. That will make sure that, will contribute to meeting our carbon emission goals, which will mean the planet won't get as hot and Western Sydney won't get as hot. So that is partly about fumes and partly about contributing to the broader New South Wales carbon emission reduction goals.
Does your organisation have some system for sort of rating the quality of bus stops? Is there like a scale between totally terrible and fantastic?
What we did was we ran a campaign for the worst bus stop in Sydney, where we took our thousands of bus stops that people had sent us or sent descriptions of, and we selected the worst 9, and of those 9 we allowed people to vote, and we identified that the worst bus stop in Sydney is one in Erskine Park, which is along a narrow road with lots of heavy truck traffic. There is grass just here that has snakes in it. There is no shelter or shade. It's just next to a whole lot of houses. Apparently, according to the data, 2 or 3 people use it a year, which is unsurprising since, again, there are snakes there. So we have focused more on identifying what the examples are of really bad ones, which are incredibly common, more than rating the existing good ones, partly because we work predominantly in Western Sydney. If we wanted to rate the really good ones, we'd probably have to work in other parts of the city.
Can I finally just ask about what response you've had from Transport for New South Wales to your campaign? Like, has there been, what level of engagement have you had, and what kind of response have you had in terms of what you're proposing?
Well, Sweltering Cities is a member of the Western Sydney Heat Task Force, which Wesrock runs. So through that and through other conversations with people in the Department of Environment and other areas, we have talked to people from the Department of Transport, and they've been very positive, but I wouldn't say that those are, you know, official communications from people at a high level. It's more feedback from staff saying, we agree this is an issue and we'd like to see some change. This comes back to the governance question you asked about earlier. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that the people of Western Sydney can catch the bus? Is it council? Is it state? That becomes a problem. So the governance issue has come up when we've talked to Transport for New South Wales staff.
Have you done any work in terms of how much it would cost to, like, bring the bus stops of Western Sydney up to a suitable standard?
We believe that an investment of $20 million in the next budget would help increase, fund up to 2,000 shelters across the city. We think that we should target areas around hospitals, schools, social housing, aged care facilities, places like that, and that as an initial investment would go a long way towards addressing the problem in some target areas.
Yeah, I have further questions on that, but I'm going to go to Ms. Merton.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submissions and participation. If I if I could just pick up on the bus stops there, Ms. Bacon, just in terms of sort of community opinion or willingness in terms of shelters and wanting shelters on bus stops in local neighbourhoods, is there anything that you've picked up on that?
We've heard from our big community surveys that the majority of people would like better bus infrastructure, but my colleague Sana has actually prepared some stories that we specifically chose for you to hear from members of the public directly.
Oh, thank you. Were they on the back of your submission, those comments?
Yeah,
I read those, yeah. Thank you.
And new ones as well, yes.
No, lovely, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Like Emma was saying, we run the Summer Survey, which is Australia's biggest community survey on heat, health and homes. And like one very major theme that's come up is a lot of people want better bus stop infrastructure. And that's like a way that they'll see that their suburb can be transformed into a more sustainable spot. So I think it shows that there is a really large support for better bus stop infrastructure. And yeah, like Emma was saying, we do have some stories. So for example, Sue in Penrith told us that many bus stops in her area don't have any shelter or seating at all. And then that's also like compounded by the fact that there isn't enough mature trees in the area to provide any shade. So then you have to catch buses. Like not only are there no shelter or seating, there's also no shade at all when you're using the bus stops. Yeah.
No, thank you. And in terms of the inquiry into current future public transport needs, and appreciate what we've discussed, but I mean, what else sort of remains a priority for you on this?
Beyond bus shelters?
Yeah.
I'd like to see, something we hear a lot from people is that it's that last kilometre that has become a really big issue for them in the heat. So they might live, you know, a couple of Ks or a kilometre from Mount Druitt railway station or places like that, but because it's so hard for them to walk in the heat and there's really unreliable public transport and there's no shelter or seat, that becomes an issue. So it's that prioritising for really impacted communities, the last kilometre, whether through buses or on-demand travel, things like that. We work a lot with communities who are more impacted by extreme heat, but who also happen to rely on public transport, whether they're because they have disabilities, because they're older people, because they're young, lots of different factors, because they're low socioeconomic status. So public transport is a real priority for these communities. And whether it's buses, a more extensive train network, things like that, it is that the fear of getting sick or of exposing children or people you care for to extreme heat. Like, for example, it's going to be 40 degrees today in Blacktown, and in about an hour, school kids are going to go out, and we know that a huge number of them are going to be standing with no shelter or seat in the Blacktown area trying to get home. Like, that comes up again and again and again. How do people get around who rely on public transport?
Thank you. And if I could just put that same question, Mr. Timms, just in terms of the inquiry into current future public transport needs in Western Sydney, what would be a priority from where you sit?
Well, as we said, we are trying to achieve reductions in road trauma. Public transport provides an alternative mechanism for people to use a service instead of taking a private car. Public transport is statistically safer. If we're talking about trains, obviously that's probably the safest form, but as far as road transport, as far back as 20 years ago, the Australian Transport Safety Board recognised that bus transport is the safest form of vehicle transport. So any steps that can be taken to encourage public transport usage would certainly be encouraged by the Australasian College of Road Safety.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just on that, in terms of encouraging people to use public transport, the provision of shelters, bus shelters, where none exist right now, I assume it's your evidence, or you believe that that would really encourage people to take more buses. I think we've heard one of the reasons why some of the bus services are being cancelled is because they're not being potentially used enough. It's kind of this chicken and egg in some ways, is that the infrastructure needs to be like encouraging people to use it. It needs to be comfortable. So do you think that people would be using buses more if that infrastructure was there?
Yeah, we have heard from people across the city. They've said specifically that they are less likely to catch public transport in the heat where there is no shelter or shade. Yeah. And that's something, again, we're doing another round of our summer survey at the moment, and we're asking people about whether they're less likely to walk, to exercise, to socialise, to catch public transport in the heat, and the majority of people in Western Sydney are expressing that. I think there are two issues here. One is, we want more people to catch public transport, 100%, but for the people who are catching public transport, it should be safe. And the people who are waiting at bus stops with no shelter, no shade, no seat, and getting sick and going home and calling an ambulance, or feeling the health impacts of that later, or having the mental health impacts that we know come from exposure to heat, I think the heat waves are our deadliest environmental disaster. They kill more people than all others combined. They have physical, mental health impacts. We know that they have maternal health impacts. Exposure to high temperatures at any point in pregnancy can lead to a higher instance of stillbirth and miscarriage. So, exposure, it's not just about collapsing at the bus stop on the day, but it's also long-term health impacts. So this actually relates to not just encouraging people to use public transport, but making sure that the system is safe to reduce the burden of disease in Western Sydney.
I just have one more question, just in relation to that, just thinking for the purposes of us compiling this report. I assume there's medical bodies that say that people shouldn't be standing for a certain number of minutes in the direct sun when it's over 35 degrees. I mean, there's rules around kids in playgrounds and now rules around outdoor workers. Is there that kind of informational research that you could potentially give the committee as well, take it on notice to give us? Or do you know now to tell the committee?
I think the two sources I direct the committee to is firstly to the Cancer Council, who, as I said, that we've worked with and spoken to, and they've said that shade is a big priority for them, especially for young kids who, it's 20 minutes in a really hot sun, early, like burning at a young age is really damaging. So I direct the committee to the Cancer Council. And also Sydney and New South Wales is extraordinarily lucky in the academics who work on heat health across the universities. UWS, UTS, Sydney are just an incredibly high standard. They are world leaders in heat health studies. At Sydney University, you have the Heat Health Research Incubator, who do extensive studies about what exposure to heat does to the body. So we can either direct committee staff towards those resources, but those two places are a really good place to start in terms of that exact evidence. So what does standing at a bus stop on a 50-degree day, on a 30-degree day do to the body and at different ages, and what risk would that pose to people?
Yeah, that's great. Okay, I think we're out of time for this session now. So thank you so much for both of your submissions, again for your evidence. The work you do in this space is very valuable for our inquiry. Thank you. We will now break and see if we've got the next witness. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for making my public transport. Everyone's combination.
Well, yeah.
I thought with us being at the same time, I was like, what are we going to talk about?
Off again. Excellent. All right, welcome, thank you, to our final session for today's hearing. We'll begin by swearing you both in. We'll start with my left, Mr. Threlkeld, is it?
Yes.
We'll start with you, stating your name and position title, swearing either an oath or an affirmation. Please.
Matt Threlkeld, the Executive Director at Bus New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And Mr. King.
John King, President of Bus New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So
Thank you. Thank you. Now, a short opening statement is, who's giving that one? Mr. Threlkeld. Go.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Threlkeld. I'm the Executive Director at Bus New South Wales. I'm joined by the President of the Association, John King. Bus New South Wales is the peak body for the New South Wales bus and coach industry and represents government contracted and non-contracted bus and coach operators across the state. Bus New South Wales' mission is to foster the efficient and sustainable growth of public transport and to promote the benefits of bus and coach travel in New South Wales. Buses play a vital role in delivering public transport in New South Wales and during the 2021-22 financial year provided approximately 44% of total public transport trips. In the same period, funding for bus services accounted for around 15% of New South Wales government expenditure on operating public transport. Western Sydney is a vast and diverse geographical area which continues to experience significant population growth. Despite this continued growth and the socio-economic disadvantage faced by many in the area, Western Sydney has limited access to public transport. In large parts of West and Southwest Sydney, buses are the only available form of public transport, yet service frequency and coverage could be considered poor. In contrast, the Eastern Harbour City has high-frequency bus routes with upwards of 200 services per day, including all-day and late-night coverage. The discrepancy means that buses in Sydney's west are generally not frequent enough to be a compelling alternative to the private car. Bus New South Wales supports the prioritisation of medium and long-term bus service growth funding for underserviced communities, including new rapid bus routes in the west. Furthermore, Bus New South Wales would like to see a better correlation between population growth and the level of bus services provided. Beyond an increased level of services, Western Sydney needs more bus priority infrastructure and new bus layovers to improve operating efficiencies, including modern facilities for bus drivers to have breaks. We look forward to ongoing consultation with the bus industry on this important topic and thank the committee for the opportunity to participate in the inquiry. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just taking a step back for a minute in terms of the, we've heard a bit today about lack of frequency of bus services, not really going to where's needed. Of course, in other places they are providing a very essential, reliable service. How are the bus routes determined? Is it the private sector, if you're operating in a particular area, the private sector, do you have a say in determining that? Do you say, well, this is commercially viable for us to do this, or does the government step in and say we need a bus service to these areas? How does that work?
The New South Wales government controls the planning of the services through Transport for New South Wales. Operators do have an opportunity to provide input into the process, or where they believe there are changes needed to deal with changes within the community. However, ultimately it is government who controls the approval of the actual routes and the frequency of those routes, as well as when they start and when they finish, so the coverage during the day.
Is there a communication over that time if, for example, you're finding if a particular bus route for a particular area, you're finding that there's not enough patronage? Is there this ongoing communication with the government about, well, this, 3:15 service, as in 3:15 p.m. service going, this just, we're only getting 4 people on it.
Yeah.
What does that look like? And do you then advocate to drop that? Because we are hearing about the dropping of services and how that happens.
Yeah. Look, the contracts do have that opportunity for the operator to put forward an alteration to the services, and then the Transport for New South Wales planning team would assess that, and that would consider the impact on the community, and then also where there may potentially be an impact on cost to government based on those changes that are proposed, and so that would need to be assessed, but any change would have to be approved by Transport prior to it being implemented.
So basically, if you've got a contract that says we're expecting a certain number of people to take certain number of patronage on these bus services, you don't get that, so you're not getting the money in. You're able to. The government's not meeting their side of the contract. Is that a little bit about in terms of how you're saying it works?
Yeah, look,
you're guaranteed particular income in terms of patronage. If it doesn't happen, you go back and say, this isn't working for us. It's costing us too much money to operate this particular service.
Yeah, look, it's important to note that there's no link to patronage or fares, so it's a gross cost contract that we're talking about in Greater Sydney, whereby the operator is paid based on the services that the New South Wales government is procuring, and in the case of Greater Sydney, that has been through a tender process. So then in terms of any change to that, that would need to be considered by government, but the fare box itself goes back to government, so that's something that Transport for New South Wales would need to consider before approving any change.
So does that mean
capacity. There's no capacity for a private bus operator to schedule its own route if it thinks there's profit to be made in running a bus route to a particular location?
Technically, that is correct. So it would need to be approved by Transport for New South Wales.
How do any of your companies have anything to do with the infrastructure, the provision of infrastructure such as bus shelters? I don't know if you heard the last witnesses from sweltering cities, but making the point of how many bus stops there are without appropriate shelter. Is that all just completely on local government and state government, or do some of the bus companies have anything to do with that at all, that side of it?
I might let John come in here, given John is a bus operator. It is largely about local government, but I might get John to provide some real-life examples.
Yeah, Mr. Sure. King. Thank you. And thank you for the question. Look, typically it's for the local government, but we work within the traffic committees. So if we've got a high-volume stop that if the local government get funding for it, then we'll work with them to where that infrastructure should go and be best placed. But typically the operator has nothing really in the process of any infrastructure on bus stops other than maintaining the bus stop signage to make sure that the information on that bus stop is always correct.
Because that's interesting, because it does seem to me that it would be potentially financially attractive to make the bus shelters and experience of waiting for a bus more desirable for patronage. Hence the question. So it seems to potentially be better for you to spend that money than government. So there's no requirement whatsoever for any contribution.
No. So I think that's a question of cost recovery, which would be of benefit to government, obviously, if the amount of fare box was to increase based on those types of initiatives.
Mr. King, what do you think of the state of bus shelters, bus stops then in Western Sydney generally? If you've got any specific examples, but we have heard, and I've seen many myself, of just, grass, a single pole, no seats, where people are expected to stand in the hot sun. We're hearing today 40 degrees in Blacktown. What's your experience of them?
Yeah, it's across the whole state, typically. And it comes back to infrastructure funding that councils apply for through the state government to upgrade those particular parts of the infrastructure. There's plenty of examples out there where you're right, it's about a bee-pole stuck on the side of the road with a bit of paper on it. They're mostly not disabled accessible either, so there's some oversight in that side of it. But yeah, look, typically we don't provide the infrastructure within our environment, we'll call it, purely because of the funding and that what we could get over in other places around the world as such. So yeah.
Good other members, Mr. Darden.
I was going to ask about the network effect of expanding services. So I don't know whether you've got any research that might cast some light on this question. So is there an impact if you increase the services, that is there a sort of nexus between the kind of rise in patronage versus the rise and increase in services? So like, is there some kind of established nexus there? So the service gets, if we expand the bus services across the whole network by 15%, is there likely to be, a consequential knock-on in terms of increased patronage, even if it's less than 10%?
I think there's plenty of evidence in any sort of network jurisdiction that high frequency always will deliver a better outcome and grow passengers. There's no doubt about that. Infrequency in services just basically tells you it's quicker to get in the car and not wait around on a bus stop that's not conducive to have waiting for me out of the weather. So high frequency always is a positive and will grow passengers. But you've got to find that balance on the balance sheet to what is high frequency and what does that number achieve to the community?
So if you increase the frequency, like, is there a, like, how much additional patronage can you expect in a network? Is there some research that you could point us to that demonstrates that?
No, it's just history. Sorry, mate. It's just history, knowing that when we put high frequency services on, people use them.
Yeah, look, I mean, there is a correlation there. It varies depending on certain externalities, such as the density of the population in the particular area. But we'd be happy to take that one on notice and provide you with some information in regard to that research that has been undertaken for other jurisdictions.
It seems that there's, obviously, buses, I think you make this point in your submission, that buses are an easy way to scale up public transport capacity fairly quickly, and it has that competitive edge over other modes that require much greater investment over much longer time frames. What kind of impediments are there to, a significant scaling up of the bus network in Western Sydney?
I think that
things like, obviously, I think you point out this in your submission, the workforce constraints.
Yep.
Perhaps you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, certainly drivers is the main one that comes to mind in the current environment. We'd like to think that that's moving in the right direction in terms of the recruitment of drivers in Western Sydney and across the state. Outside of that, there's the buses themselves and the procurement of buses, and then there's the consideration of where those buses are housed, so depot capacity. And I think one of the things that we pointed out in the submission was around the need for Western Sydney and Greater Sydney in general to have a long-term depot capacity that looks at what happens in terms of growth of services and then the additional peak bus requirement for that.
Is there already a problem with depot in terms of bus storages in this area? Is that in terms of any growth of additional services, additional buses, are we at capacity now? Is that what you're saying?
I think we're close to capacity based on our knowledge of the operations in Western Sydney, so we do think it's something that government needs to consider. And I know that at the moment the New South Wales Bus Industry Task Force, which I sit on, is looking at that particular issue. And the aside to that is the transition to zero emissions and what that may mean in terms of having infrastructure at these depots to be able to charge the buses, and whether that may in some cases reduce the capacity that we currently have based on a diesel fleet. So that's something that industry is working through at the moment.
What's the breakdown in terms of, are there electric buses running? Like, what's the percentage of the fleet that is currently operating?
Electric?
Yeah.
It's very minimal. So I think the last count that I saw was just over 100 in Greater Sydney. When you look at
what's the total
government's
fleet?
Plan to transition 8,000 buses by 2047, and that's across the state, there's a lot of work ahead of us in terms of that transition process.
So that's 2047 for every bus in your submission. It's the government contracted buses within Sydney which has the 2035 target. Is that correct?
That is correct,
right. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ms.
Sorry,
Merton.
can I just ask one more question? Who owns the fleet? Like you said, owned by privately, or is it? Are your members just contracted to provide the service, or do they actually own the fleet?
It's a good question, and the answer is somewhat complex. Ultimately, government has control over the fleet. In some cases, the operator has purchased the bus and it sits on the operator's balance sheet. However, through a tripartite agreement or through a contract clause, the operator would be required to hand that bus over to a successor operator if they were to lose a contract. That's for most of the fleet that is operated by the private operator regions, even though they're all private now, but the regions, the 4 regions in Sydney that were previously operated via the State Transit Authority, in the case of that fleet, government has ownership of those buses that were transferred to the private operators following the franchising process.
Ms Merton, do you have questions? Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much for your submission and your attendance today. Very much appreciate that. If I could just ask, in terms of page 8 of the submission, it talks about the private sector, and it's as late of 2022, all bus services within the Greater Sydney region are delivered by private companies under Transport for New South Wales contracts.
Yep.
Just wondering, what is that still the case today?
Yes. Yeah, so that was just in relation to my previous comment, whereby the 4 regions that were previously operated by State Transit Authority were franchised and are now operated by private operators, meaning that all New South Wales government bus contracts across the state are now operated by private companies.
Yeah. And if I might be able to ask just about fares, and I think there's a reference in your submission in terms of affordability of fares, and Opal Plus is mentioned.
Yep.
I was just wondering, in terms of the private sector and the service delivering the bus services sort of for government here, in terms of affordability of fares, is this part of the government's sort of Opal system, given their private contracts? Well, private company. Yeah.
That is correct, yep. So government has full control over the fares and the fare products, and coincidentally IPART has just commenced a process to review fares for the Opal network, including for bus services. So submissions I think are due in approximately 4 weeks for that review, and as part of that review IPART will determine what they believe should be the maximum fares to apply, taking into account a number of different issues, and then the Minister will then determine what the fares should be under that maximum that is determined by IPART, or at that amount determined by IPART potentially.
So some of the private bus companies, such as Forest Buses or the Hills buses or something like that, they all operate on the Opal system, do they?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. No, all right, thank you. I was just, and I think Madam Chair touched on this just in terms of depots and sort of storage and availability of buses. What are the current issues on that in terms of some of the growth areas around sort of the northwest and that, in terms of the bus depot availability?
Yeah, look, that's at the moment sitting with the operators, or it has historically been with the operators to consider what their growth may be, and to ensure that they do have capacity and have in some cases looked at acquiring land well in advance to be able to deal with that. Given a little bit of a change to the environment, or in some ways a quite significant change in relation to the transition to zero emissions, as per my sort of previous comments, that has given the impetus for government, to get more involved, I think, in the planning of depots and long-term strategy, and particularly where government may invest in infrastructure for the charging of zero-emission buses, that government obviously would like to have access, to that depot for the longer term.
Thank you. And sorry, just one final point, and Madam Chairman mentioned this in terms of we've heard evidence sort of earlier today just about unreliable bus services and being infrequent and things like that. Commuters have also reported in terms of the driver shortage, leading to cancelled services, and I know we've touched on that, but I'm just wondering, just a bit of an update as to where you think we might be at in terms of recruiting new drivers, or what we're doing on this.
Look, there's been, I think, considerable progress in this area, and that's partly based on the assistance from the New South Wales Government through a campaign to recruit drivers and a number of other initiatives, including making it easier to get a bus driver authority. And then the operators involved have done a lot of work and looked at, new ways to recruit drivers. And I think at this point, we're reasonably comfortable with where the level is at, although there is some work still to do, and we need to be mindful of our ageing workforce and that there will be an ongoing need to bring in new drivers in the future.
What's causing the shortage?
That's a good question. Certainly, COVID, was a big issue for the industry. We had an average age of around 57 for bus drivers across the state, and then during the COVID period, a lot of older drivers decided that it may be time to retire. So through that COVID period, we lost around 11% of the driver cohort. So at the start of COVID, there were about 28,000 bus drivers in New South Wales who held an authority to drive a public passenger bus, and then we saw through that 2-year period a loss of around 3,000 drivers. So there's been a need now to try to build that up again, but outside of that, I think the low sort of levels of unemployment across the board have certainly impacted the bus industry.
It's a salaries issue, is it?
That's certainly a consideration. So that's something that is being looked at the moment. Generally, the operators involved have negotiated wages and conditions with the Transport Workers Union, or in some cases with the RTBU. But it's, I guess, a factor that needs to be considered as well.
Are the conditions the same
of the industry
across the network? So, like, different operators all operate under a standard set of industrial conditions and salary rates?
There are variances. So since the Fair Work process came in, and we moved away from what was previously a state award for motor bus drivers and conductors, we've seen through the cycles some variation in terms of rates and conditions between the different operators, and then there's the consideration of the drivers that were previously employed by the State Transit Authority, who were on a different agreement with different terms and conditions. So there is a variation between operators.
Does that mean in different regions with different operators, effectively you're operating on a cost-plus basis contract, so the profits would be different? The profit rate would be different in different regions, is that right? If the sort of wage structure of your workforce is different, there's a different cost structure in terms of the workers in different regions, different operators. Some operators are going to make more money than others based on the wages differential.
Well, I wouldn't say they'd make more money. Certainly they may have a difference in their labour cost, but in terms of the procurement, it's based on a competitive tender. So the proponents that are tendering for those contracts take all of their costs, including labour, into consideration, and what margin they may think is appropriate, and that's what government then assesses and determines the successful proponent around.
Those who've got a lower wage cost to have a competitive edge in the tendering process, don't they?
No, not necessarily, depending on, I mean, if you look across every EA, we're that close in a sense of normality in that sense. I mean, the way you're doing it, whether you're a smart scheduler or how you actually deliver the service to the community.
So you wouldn't oppose then some kind of...
Sorry?
You wouldn't oppose, the Bus New South Wales wouldn't oppose some kind of levelling of bringing everyone into some kind of standard set of industrial arrangements?
That is something that's being, I guess, considered at the moment, but because of the nature of the industry and the system, it is quite difficult with contracts in place and government funding contracts and those costs. So if there was to be some form of recalibration to facilitate for wage rates to be the same for drivers in Greater Sydney, for example, then there would need to be different adjustments to payments to those operators. And you would also need to consider some other costs. For example, the drivers may have different superannuation above the superannuation guarantee, just based on what has been negotiated through the enterprise agreement bargaining process. So those things would need to be considered as well if there was to be any sort of standardisation of rates.
Can I just ask about the rapid transit infrastructure? I mean, obviously you make the point in your submission that this is, more cost effective, I suppose, than, putting in a metro line or other forms of... so how does it compare in terms of the capacity to move people at a lower cost? Do you have an ability to quantify the sort of benefit, I suppose, of people moved per kilometre on a rapid transit bus route as opposed to a metro?
Yeah, look, it is complex. Happy to take that one on notice and provide you with some detail, around, the different capacities per hour, based on the different modes. But yeah, certainly there's been a reasonable amount of research done in this space, and we'd need to, I guess, take into account a few sort of variations depending on the location and the infrastructure, for example, that might be provided in terms of buses and the priority, and whether they're operating on transit ways or mixed in general traffic, for example.
Do you have a map that routes that are amenable to conversion to rapid transit for Western Sydney, like you said?
Yes.
Like, I suppose, like an aspiration in terms of where you would like to see rapid transit rolled out.
Yep.
And if you have that, if you could provide that to the committee, that would be useful. And is there sort of like a top 3 or 4 routes that you think should be top of the list in terms of prioritisation by government?
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. Late last year, Transport for New South Wales released the On-Street Transit White Paper, which identifies 39 routes that could potentially be converted to rapid bus routes. So from memory, I think around 30% of those routes are based in Western Sydney, so essentially west of Parramatta. But yeah, we can certainly provide those to you. They do incorporate the 3 proposed rapid bus routes to service Western Sydney Airport as well.
How quickly does are you able to or is the government able to implement a rapid transit approach? Like, what's the sort of rough time frame? A couple of years, 3 years, 5 years? How long does it take to put the infrastructure in?
It is dependent on the amount of infrastructure that's required. So, generally, the procurement of the buses and the recruitment of the drivers is the easier part, noting that obviously the current environment is making it somewhat difficult to recruit drivers, but yeah, the time frame would be dependent on the amount of infrastructure required in terms of those bus-only transit ways, etc. But I'm happy to also take that on notice and come back to you with a little bit more detail around that issue.
I might just jump in there and just ask a few more questions around it. So the government's commitment last year to $305 million, whatever it was, over 3 years, and identification of a couple of corridors.
Yep.
Doesn't seem like enough. I think a lot of people are talking about BRT. It was committed, BRT, committed by the coalition. It was a commitment by the coalition. Yep. I think the Labor government, as well as in opposition, said that they'd do it. The commitment of $305 million, which is an investigation, if you like, over a number of years, isn't it, rather than committing to it and saying, let's do it. Clearly, it is needed in Western Sydney. Do you have, are there particular corridors that they're identifying? Are you aware of which ones they are in Western Sydney? And do you have particular recommendations for others, or to fast track, if we were to recommend the fast tracking, for example, of a couple, if this committee did that? Are there particular ones that are just so obvious that would make a difference in Western Sydney?
We're not privy to the detail around that. We certainly are well aware of what's been in the public domain in terms of the intent for the 3 routes to service Campbelltown, Liverpool and Penrith, but the detail is probably a question for Transport for New South Wales at this stage in terms of the actual routes that those buses may take and what bus priority is being planned.
Does the timeline for these rapid transit corridors, I'm not even sure if we're aware of the timeline, but is it frustrating that it's not happening sooner? Do you think you'll see some good corridors within the next few years?
I think it's unlikely in the next couple of years in terms of rapid bus services, but we know there is an intent, to stage the project, so to at least have those services up and running in some capacity, but as the activity around the airport grows and there's a need to transport more workers and to provide services for the commuters and tourists as more planes come in and out, that the intent is to gradually increase frequency coverage and to add more infrastructure that will hopefully make those buses operate quicker and more reliably.
And you're on that task force, did you say? Is that task force, I know it's dealing with the driver shortage.
Yeah.
Is it also tasked with looking at projects like this?
It is at a high level, yeah, so certainly looking at that, and as I mentioned, it is part of the on-street transit white paper, but the sort of detail, I guess, in terms of engineering requirements is something that Transport for New South Wales is working on.
Once
my understanding.
Once they are put in place, such as the Northern Beaches rapid bus transit, for example, is it, to you, Mr. King, is it a very exciting, desirable thing for a bus company to have that as one of their kind of key contracts, if you like, rapid bus lane, knowing that it probably does make a big difference in patronage, because that's when you get your frequency of services? And, you know, do you have or can speak of the difference or the way in which it increases patronage when you do have those rapid bus transit lanes and services?
Absolutely. As long as we've got priority to do it, it is exciting to give the amenity to a community and get them out of the car. I mean, our congestion that we deal with every day is in relation to not being able to jump over the infrastructure that's in front of us. So as long as government are prepared and have the tenacity to actually prioritise, then we can then deliver a higher level of service across the board. And we do in our industry regularly every day. So, you know, it is exciting.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions, and we did start the session a little bit early. Our time is up for this session. So thank you so much for your evidence, very valuable, and that is the last session for today. So that's the end of today's hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.